With the help of React Native, we are going to build an AI travel planner application completely from the scratch. Hey there and welcome back to Tube Gurji channel. Today, with the help of React Native, we are going to build an full stack and completely from the scratch AI travel planner application. Let's walk through the application first. Let's see what we are going to build in this particular video, and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use. If you see on the screen, we have this beautiful landing page for our application, and we have this beautiful AI generated image. Now let's click on get started, and then we have this beautiful email password sign in page. If you are new and first time to our application, you have option to create a new account as well. If you want to sign in, just go to the sign in, add your email. So in this case, I will add this email and then just click sign in. And then you will land on our home page. As if you are first time, right, you will see this page and it asks you to start a new trip. So let's click on the start new trip. Here you can search any location around the world. Let's search Las Vegas. So I will search for Las Vegas, select it, and boom, as soon as select, you will jump out of the next page to select the traveler who is traveling with you. So it's just you or couple or family or friends. Let's select the friends and select continue. Now over here you will have option to select the dates. Okay, you can go to the previous date. If you want to try to select the previous date, you are not allowed to select the previous date. So let's say you want to travel to the 5 and 6. Okay, so for these 2 days you want to make a plan for your trip and then click continue. Now you have to select the budget, whether it's a cheap, moderate or luxury. So let's select the moderate budget and click continue. Now here you can review your trip, where you can see the destination, the date which you selected, how many days you are going, that days is automatically calculated, then who is traveling with you and the budget information. And now if I click build my trip, it will automatically generate the AI trip for you. So it will take few seconds to generate your trip, and once it generates, it automatically redirect it to the home page with your trip information. And boom, if you see, it's redirected to the home screen. Now here you will see the latest created trip for you. Now on this one you will see the trip name, where you want to go, when you are planning, and with whom you are going, right? Now if you want to see the information, just click on this plan and then you will land on this beautiful trip detail page, where you will see the flight details as well, option to book the flight. Okay, so once you click on it, it will go to this official website of this airline. It will give the price, approximate price, and we select the budget, which is the moderate, so depends on that one as well. They will give you all the options. Then you will also find the hotel recommendation. So that is also important, because here you will see the couple of options to select the hotel from. Okay, along with the rating, the name and the budget or per night charges for that particular hotel. How cool it is, right? And everything that is generated from the AI. Next you will see the plan details. Under this one you will see for the day 2 what are the different places that you can visit, right? Not only that, but it will also give you the time to travel from your location, also the ticket price, and all of this information. If you see, we have the neon museum and everything that is they already mentioned inside our details. Okay, all of this information, as you will get it for the 2 days, because you selected for the 2 days. If you select 5 days, they will give you the result for the 5 days, and that's how beautiful it will generate from the AI. So guys, this complete application we are going to build it from the scratch, and whatever you see, the photo, the images, the details, everything we are going to get it from the AI. Okay, so now let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use. Now we are going to build React Native application, and for that one we are going to use the Expo build tool, which is the perfect for the beginners. And with the Expo, it's quite easy to develop any Android and iOS application. Next, we are using Firebase to store all of our data, add the authentication for our application, and most important thing, whatever content we are going to use in this course is completely free. Next, after this one, the most important, the AI model, and we are going to use a Gemini AI model by Google. Okay, and again, this AI Gemini AI is free to use. Okay, it's so completely free, and you don't need to worry about anything. Also, Gemini AI is one of the best to integrate the model in any application. Okay, so guys, uh, that's all about this tech stack, because we are not going to complicate this application, we'll keep it simple. So if you did not join the Tube Guruji Pro, then I will recommend you to join the Tube Guruji Pro in order to get the exclusive courses as well as the source code for a free for all the courses, all the projects. So in order to join it, just go to this tubeguruji.com. Here, just log in it and go to this pro membership, buy it under $7, and you will get the access to all the source code. Also, if you want to learn the courses chapter by chapter, open the chapter. Here you will see the all the contents. Not only that, but you can track each of the content on your own dashboard. Okay, so just go and join the Tube Guruji Pro membership. So without doing any further delay, let's begin. In order to create a React Native application, we are going to use the Expo. Expo is the one of the best tool to develop the React Native application, and most important thing, Expo provide a lot of native features. It's very easy to integrate and very easy to use as well. Another important thing, it's free to use. So just go to this expo.dev, and here from you will find all the details, which is the official website of the Expo. Just click on the read docs, and here you will find the documentation. Also, this is the command line in order to create the React Native Expo application. So copy this line and go to your folder where you want to create the project. Open a terminal at that folder, and then just paste the command. So it will ask, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then we need to give the name of the application. So here we say AI Travel Planner app. Then it will install all the required libraries, dependency. So it will take a minute or less, so we'll wait. So if you see, our project is ready. Now just close this window, and I will go to this VS Code. Open the folder where you just created your project. So in this case, mine is inside the document project React not React, it's a React Native application, and this AI Travel Plan, and open it. Say yes, I trust the author, and then you will see there are some of the folders and file which is already there, right? Let's walk through one by one. So first, if you see, we have this app folder, and which contains a lot of different files. Okay, don't worry, we are going to do everything from the scratch, so most of the things we are going to delete. Then we have assets folder, which contain all our images and fonts and everything we'll keep inside this asset folder. The component folder, which is used in this case just for to organize our application more smoothly. Okay, when you want to creating or developing some bigger application, it's very important to organize your application. Constant hooks are the again same thing. Then we have the script, which I'm going to tell you why we are going to use that script, which is reset project script. Then we have app.json, which is very important file, which contain the name of the application, the slug, along with the version of the application. So when you want to deploy your application or you want to publish your application, the version change need to be update right every time when you publishing a new change. Then the orientation, icon, and all of these things. Also, if you see, we have this iOS and Android fields, so all the configuration related to that particular operating system we're gonna made it here, and some plugins and web. Then we have this package.json file, which contain the script to run our application, and some dependency which is already installed, or this is a default dependency is already installed when we create the application, and some dev dependency as well. Now, in order to remove all of this file, right? First thing, let's go to this terminal and click on new terminal. It will open the terminal inside your VS Code and just type npm run reset project. Now you will find this command is already written inside this package.json. What it will do, it will just run this particular script, which is reset project.js. You don't need to do anything, don't worry about this one, okay? And what it will do, it will remove all unwanted code. If I click or run this command, you will see some changes in the file structure now. And if you see, there are two folders get changed and one folder get added. The one is app, which contain now only two files, okay, and another is app dash example, which is the previous example which you saw once we created that application, right? So I will delete this folder because we don't want to use that folder. Also the component folder, I will delete this one as well. The hook folder also I will delete it, because as I say, we're gonna learn everything from the scratch. Inside the constant folder, we just have the colors file, so we're gonna keep that one, okay? It's not big deal. Obviously, if you want to delete, you can delete that one, but we're gonna keep all our colors in one file, so that whenever you want to use the color combination, you can just add that color code over here and then you can use it. And I will keep the script, nothing else. So that's all. Now the first and default page, you will see this is the index.tsx file. When we run the application, you will see this file will get rendered on the home screen. And another is underscore layout, which contain the stack navigation, okay? So obviously it's little bit difficult if you are new that learning about the stack navigation and everything. Don't worry, we gonna learn everything once we start developing the application, okay? And this underscore layout file is used to keep the layout fixed, and whatever application you are going to render, it will going to render or the page is going to render through this layout file, okay? So right now, if you see, this page is going to render through this stack.screen, okay? So now in order to run your application, there are two ways that you can run your application. One, using the emulator. So for that one, you can use the Android emulator or iOS emulator. And the second is the on an actual device with the help of Expo Go application. So if you see, I have this Expo Go application, and you can install for the Android and iOS. Make sure you will sign in with the same account and you will be on the same network in order to run your project on your actual device, okay? So you can use either one. You can run either on emulator or either on actual device as well, but in this one we are going to run on emulator. So in order to run on Android emulator, first thing, you need to download the Android Studio, okay? So this Android Studio you need to download. So click on this one and then it will open the Android Studio. Over here you will see the three point icon, I don't know what it's called, 3-point icons, and then click on SDK Manager. Once the SDK Manager is open, make sure at least one of the Android API is installed. So in this case, the Android API 34 is installed. Then go to the SDK tool and make sure to install Android SDK build tool, the Android emulator, and then Android SDK platform tool. Make sure it installed, okay? If it is not, select it and then click apply, and then it will download that particular file for you. Then last, the SDK update side, it might be already enabled like this, so don't need to worry about it, okay? Then again, go over here and click on virtual device manager. Over here you will see nothing if you come for the first time. In this case, if you see, I have two emulator which I already set up, but in order to create a new emulator device, just click on this create device. Here you can select different kind of device like Pixel 7, 6 and lot of them. Select the one which you want to implement. I will definitely suggest to select with the Google Play service, okay? So you will see the icon like this. Make sure that is there, and then select that one only. Then click next. Here you have to select the operating system, okay? You can select latest one, it's up to you. And then here some configuration as well, and then click next and finish. Then once your emulator device is ready, it will appear over here. Just click on this run button, so it will launch your emulator, and so that once it launch, you can run your application as well. So right now if you see, my emulator is getting loaded, and boom, right now if you see, Expo Go application is already there, but I will just remove it from background and I will keep it like this. Okay, now let's go back to your, I will just move this side by side, and inside this emulator click on add new emulator, and here just run npm run start command. Okay, now this command will run the Expo Go or it will start running your application. If you see, if you want to run on your actual device, you can just scan your QR code and it will install Expo Go application if it's not there. Otherwise it will open directly in the Expo Go app. But in this case, if you see, we have the emulator, and in order to open this application on emulator, you just need to press A, so it will open on Android. So click A, and now it giving some not warning, but it's recommending us to update the Expo Go version which is installed in this emulator. So I will say yes. So it will just download the new or latest version of the Expo Go application, and then it will install it, so that it will with this Expo application, it will run on our Expo Go app. If you see, the Expo Go application is opening on the emulator, so we'll wait, and boom, if you see, our application is running here. Say continue. So whenever, if I say continue, so this is the control panel from the Expo Go. Okay, and here you will see some of the option like the application information, then your application on running on this particular IP and port. Then you can reload the application. If you want, you can go back to home anytime, and these are some options to debug your application as well. Okay, so in order to open it, just type Control M and it will open. Sometimes it will open, sometimes not, I'm not sure, but yeah, it will open that particular panel. And then if you see on the screen, it's showing this particular page like saying edit app/index.tsx to edit the screen, and this is nothing but the index.tsx file, if you see over here. Right now, if I update something over here, let's say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And if I save this one, as soon as I save it, you will see on the right hand side on the emulator, it get update immediately. Right, so cool, perfect. Now right now our content is in the center and align item is center. That's the reason it's showing in the center of the screen. If I remove this tile and save it, you will see it's showing on the top left corner. Okay, so obviously we don't want that particular style, so I will remove it. Make sure to add flex 1, okay, for now, and that's all. So that's how you can run your application. Now before moving to the next chapter, one more important thing I want to tell you here, that we need to install one extension in VS Code. So click on this extension and just search for the React Redux snippet tool. So this one, ES7 plus React Redux snippet tool. Make sure to install this one because it will help us to write our template much faster. You will get to know once we start writing our code. But until this point, I hope you understand that how we create the Expo application, how we run the application, and how we reset our application so that we can start it everything from the scratch. Now we are going to add a custom font for our application. So every time when we want to write some text on the screen, we can use our own custom font instead of the default font. So in order to add a font, right, first we'll go to the Google font, okay, and search the font which you like it. So most probably I prefer this outfit font, okay, and just click get the font and then download this particular font. Okay, so if you see it's get downloaded. I think I already have, so I will open that output form and open the static. Inside that you will see the all different kind of form like outfit, regular, bold, medium. So I will select the regular one, the bold one and the medium one, and I will copy this three .ttf file. Then go to your project, and inside this asset folder, if you see, we already have this font folder. Paste these three files like this. Okay, and if you see, these files are available inside this assets under the font folder. Now let's go to this underscore layout, and inside this one we already have the Expo font application installed. Okay, so that, sorry, the Expo font package install. If I go to this package.json, you will see this Expo font is already there, so you don't need to install it again. Now inside here you just need to add use fonts. This is the hook from the Expo font. Now inside this hook you need to provide the font which you want to use, and you can give the name. So in this case, let's say I want to give the name outfit, and for this outfit we can give the reference of the font which we added inside this asset folder. So over here you can just write the path of that one. So in this case it is in the asset slash fonts slash and the file name. So if I go to this asset slash fonts, and if the file name is outfit regular, so here we say outfit regular. Make sure the file name is correct, and then add the extension as well, which is .ttf. Okay, same thing I will copy multiple times, and here I will say outfit medium and then outfit bold. Over here, so this need to be comma, and over here it will be a medium and this will be a bold. Okay, and then save it, and that's all. Now anywhere inside the application you can just apply this font. Now if I go to this index.tsx, right now we have this text, right? First thing, let me add some style. Okay, so this is called inline style when you want to apply some style, or you can define the external style as well. That I'm going to teach you later on in this course. But if you want to add inline style, you can just define like this, and here you can add, let's say, font size. I don't know why it's closed. Okay, now it's running, and just add the font size, let's say 30, and save it. As soon as you add, you will see the change in the font size. Now you want to apply the font family, so I will click font family and give the font family name. So I gave the outfit before, and if you see, it's immediately changed. If you want to apply bold, just write dash outfit bold and save it. You will see it's changed to bold, because we already defined this inside this hook, and this hook is applicable throughout the application. So whenever you want to add any font, you can just write that name. Make sure that name is available or you define over here. Okay, so that's how you can apply your own custom font from the Google. So now we are going to implement the login screen for our application. If you see in the mockup, we have this beautiful simple screen structure, where at the top we're going to show the image. At the bottom side we're going to add this kind of section where we can say the application name, some kind of heading, and the button for sign in with the Google. Okay, quite simple, but it will be a more attractive once we implement it. So let's go back to our application, and over here if I go to this app folder, that's where we are going to add this. So right now I will remove this text. Let's save this one, and outside of this app folder I'm going to create a new folder called components. Now inside this component, all the component related to our application will keep inside this particular folder. Inside this I'm going to add login.jsx file. Just for the information, we are using JavaScript for our application, okay, not a TypeScript. Now for the login, I will just add the RNF, which stand for React Native Functional Component. Now if I enter it, you will see we got this beautiful template ready, right? So because of that extension which we installed in last section, that's the reason we are able to write this kind of template immediately. Now save this one, And then after this we need to go to this index.tsx, as this is our default page, and simply add this login component. Okay, so you have to import this component first. So I will say login from, and then give the path. So in this case is component slash login, and save it. Now you will see on the screen the text login, because that's the only thing that is showing on the screen. Okay, now we want to show the image. So I already added this image inside this assets folder under this image called login.jpg, and this will look like this. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll add the image tag, and if you see this image tag I am importing from this React Native. Then we have to add source tag. Okay, inside this source tag we have to write require, because we are using the or we are fetching, or we want to display the image from the local files, right? I will end the tag here for now, and inside here just give the path. So in this case the path is assets slash images slash the file name. Our file name is login.jpg. So login.jpeg. Okay, and then simply save it. If you see on the screen, it's showing this image like this, but it's quite big, right? So let's do one thing. Let's add a style. Inside the style we'll add a width of 100% like this, and then we'll add a height of, let's say, 500, something like this. Say perfect. Okay, this is how we want it. Now after this we want to add the bottom section. So after this image I will add a view, and inside this view let's add a text. Okay, now this view you can consider as a div tag inside the HTML, and inside that we added any p tag or h1 tag, which is equivalent to a text tag inside the React Native. So whenever whatever text you want to display it on the UI, you have to write in between this text tag. And if you see, this text tag is importing from the React Native. Now over here I will just simply write AI driver planner. Now you can give any name for your application. I will just keep it simple. Now I will give some style. Here I will say font size of, let's say, 25. Okay, and then I want to give a font family which is outfit bold, and save it. And here you will see the name. Perfect. I will just increase this to, let's say, 28. Then for this div, let's say you want to give the style, but let's add an external styling, because this is called internal, and in order to give external styling, it means you just define the style externally. Okay, so out of this function. So here we'll say RNSS, which stand for React Native Style. Once you add this template, make sure to import this style sheet. So style sheet from the React Native, and then you can write. So here we'll say, let's say, container, and inside this container, let's say I want to add a background color. Okay, so let's add background color of white. So now what we can do, we can have this constant, and inside this we have color, right? Inside this colors you can add a color, let's say white you want to add. So just white color code is FFF. Let's say add a primary. So in this case I will add a primary of 000, which is correspond to black color. Now in order to access your color, you can just write colors from this constant colors dot white like this. Okay, because we want background white. Then simply I will add a margin top to -20, so it will go up little bit, right? But right now if you see, nothing is getting applied because we did not attach the style yet. So in order to attach style, let's say add a style, and inside this curly braces you have to add styles dot container. So you just attach this container style to this particular view. Now if I save it, you will see that change. Okay, and here you will see the background is also white. Now for this one I will add a flex 1, and then let's add a height, let's say 100%. Let's remove this flex 1, and I think that's good. Also I want the corner to be rounded, and I will make this as a 400. I think this is good enough. Okay, now here I will add a border radius, and I want only top left and right radius, so here we can say 20, and here again I will say border top right radius as 20. So this top radius I want to be a curve. Okay, and I added the radius, see, and if you see, you will get the curve like this at the both the side, because we only mentioned top left and right. I will give a little more. Perfect. Then also I will add some padding. Let's add padding of 15. Perfect. And now for this text, I will make text align to be in the center, so it will be in the center. And then after this text, I will add another text, and for this one let me go back over here, and this text I will add. I'll just copy this one, and I will paste it here and save it. So this is how it will look like. Obviously we'll change the style and font color, so let's add a style. So we'll add a font family as outfit, font size as a 20, let's add 17. We'll make text align, text align to be in the center. Perfect. And I will add a color as a colors dot gray, because I added the gray color over here, this 70 color code, and then this is how it will look like. Okay, you can add more or bigger message. I just got it from the chat GPT, so but you can get it from anywhere. Okay, and then after this inside the same view, I'm going to add a button. Now in order to add a button, I will add a view first, and inside that I will add a text, and we'll say sign in with Google. Okay, something like this, but obviously it's not looking like button, so let's add some style to this view, and I will define some external styling, and we can call it as a button. Now this particular button style will attach, so styles dot button, and here we'll define some style. So first thing, we'll add a padding of 15, then we'll add a background color as colors dot primary. I will add a border radius as 99, so rounded corner. Then for this text, let's add a style, and I will add a color first, color as a colors dot white. See, then we'll make text align into center. Then we'll make a font family as outfit, and little bit I'll increase the font size of, let's say, 70, little bit bigger. Okay, now for this view, I'll also add margin top, let's say 25%. So in order to use percentage, you have to write in a string format. Okay, something like this. So inside the code you have to write the percentage sign, and that's how it will look like. Just for this view, I will add margin top to, let's say, 20, and here as well I will add little bit margin. Let's give some more padding, so here we'll say 25 as a padding, and for this text just 20. Oh, let's add 10, not too much. Perfect. Okay, so that's how our login screen will look like. But here, if you see, we have this top on navigation bar or action bar, we can say, right? We don't want that one. Okay, obviously it's not give a perfect look to our login screen, correct? So in order to remove that particular bar, let's go to this underscore layout. Here, if you see, we have this stack navigation. Right now you will gonna learn what is stack navigation later on, but it's simply a one screen, and if you want to jump to the other screen, you have to define one more stack screen in order to navigate one screen to other screen. Now for this stack screen, you have two options to remove this side navigation. One, you can directly define a screen option over here, and inside the screen option you can just define header shown as a false. So what it will do, whatever the stack screen you define inside this tag, for all the screen, the header will be invisible, means it will be hidden. And if you see, this is how it will look like. But if you don't want to do that, and if you just want to remove the header from from this screen, you have to give the option only to that particular screen, and over here you can define header shown as a false. Okay, and save it, and still if you see, your changes will be there. Okay, so that's how you can remove that your header. Now here I will just make this 500. Let's make it 520. Perfect. And our login screen is ready. Obviously, we have to add sign in with Google functionality, but until this point, the UI, you might understand how we add the beautiful UI and make your UI so clean that anyone can easily like it and understand what you want to say. Now we are going to implement the sign in and sign up page. Once user click on this get started, it will redirect it to the sign in page at the very first time when user click on this get started. Okay, and user can enter username, password if user is already have account with this application, and then user click sign in. If user don't have an account, then user can click on this create account, and then it will redirect user to the sign up page, okay, which contain the full name, username, password, and option to create a new account. Now in order to sign in and to create a new account, we are going to use the Firebase. So Firebase has a option to sign in with then email and password credential, and we will learn how efficiently and easily we can integrate that one. But first let's add this to screen. So let's go back to our application, and very first thing we need to add two new route and two new screen. So whenever I click on get started, it will navigate to the sign in page. So inside this app folder, we will create a new folder and we can call it as a auth. Okay, now inside this auth folder I will create a sign in and sign up page. So for that one we need to create a folder. First we'll call it as a sign in, and inside that obviously we need to add index.js file. We'll add a default template and we'll just rename it to a login, or we can call it as a sign in. Same thing for the sign up. So we'll create another folder called sign up, and now inside this folder we'll create a new file called index.js, and let's add default template and we'll rename this to sign up. Okay, let's save both of this file. Now we have this beautiful two route. Okay, let me close all of this route first, and then let's go to this login component which we have this login component, correct? Now on the click of this get started, we want to navigate to the sign in. So first thing, we are going to define a router. So we'll say constant router is equal to use router. So if you see, this use router hook is importing from the Expo router. Now whenever you want to programmatically navigate from one screen to other screen, you have to use this use router hook. Now if I go over here, and obviously we want to add on click event for this get started button, but Vue don't have this on press event. So for that one we'll convert this Vue to a touchable opacity. Okay, from this React Native, make sure it's imported from the React Native. Now touchable opacity is a component from the React Native which give you the capability like on press, on event, on focus, on blur, and lot of other functionality. So right now we want on press, and simply we want to navigate to the router dot, we'll do push. When we do the push, so it has the option to get back as well on back screen. Okay, and here we'll simply add auth/sign in. Okay, and then save it. Now if I click get started, see, it jumped to the sign in page. How beautiful, right? Within a one click, we did not added any configuration for the routing and anything. We just use this hook and we navigate it, because Expo is a folder based routing structure. Expo, the HDK 15 plus has inbuilt routing functionality, and which is based on the folder routing. So whatever folder you create inside this app folder, it automatically create a route for you. Now once you create this one, let me go over here. So we have this login screen. So let's go to this sign in screen, obviously, which is the sign in screen for us. Now inside this sign in screen, we'll add, first let's add this div, and inside that we'll add a padding of 25. Then we want to remove this particular header, but we don't have the stack navigation or anything like that, right? So question is, how can we remove this particular navigation? So each of this page has their own options as well. For example, let's define constant navigation is equal to use navigation from the Expo router, okay? And you can use effect. So use effect is a React hook. Whenever you want to run something, whenever this component or page get load, you can define inside the use effect, and make sure to define this empty array so that it will only execute once. Otherwise, if you did not define this empty array, it will execute infinite time, okay? So make sure to provide this empty array, and here we'll define navigation dot set options, and inside that we'll just simply say header shown as a false, okay? And boom, if you see now on the screen, we don't have any header. So that's how you can remove the header for a specific screen as well. Now inside here I will add the text, and here we'll simply say let's sign you in, okay? Now I will add a style, we'll add a font family as outfit bold, then we'll add a font size of 30, and that's look much better. I will give some margin as well as 25. Let's see how it looks. Or let's give padding, and then we'll give some margin from the top. So let's give margin top, let's say 60, okay? Then after this we want to add one more text. I will copy existing text a couple of times, and because I want two different text, here I will say welcome back, and here I will make outfit only, but I will change the color as colors. So I think we need to add a color first. Let's add import colors from our constant file colors, okay? And then you can simply access that color, and we want to apply gray, so I added the gray. And over here I will give margin top to 20, and same thing, I will just copy and I will replace this text, and here I will say you been missed, okay? Something like this, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful text as well. Now for this particular view, let's add background color as colors dot white, and we'll add a height as 100%, so it will be full screen. Only thing that now let's add a padding top, let's add 50 here, something like this, okay? And I think that's pretty good, perfect. Next thing, we want to add the text input so that user can enter email and password. So I will add a view over here first. Inside this view I will add a text, we'll say email, then we'll add a text input in order to get the input from the user. So if you see, this text input component is importing from this React Native. Now here it acts as a just input component in HTML. So it has a placeholder. Here you can say enter email, and you will see that beautiful input. Okay, if I click it, you will see the keyboard is open. Now we'll give some style to this one. As you know that this text input will be used multiple times, so better I can define the style outside of this function, means it's a external styling. Okay, make sure to import the style, and here I will just say input, and this particular input style I will attach to this text input. So styles dot input. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. Now over here we'll say padding of 15, then we'll add border width of 1, and then you will see this change. I will add a border radius of let's say 15, then we'll add a border color which is colors dot gray, and I think that's pretty good. So for this view I will add a style, will add a margin top to 30, let's add 50. Okay, so that's better. Here I think I will add 20 only. Oh sorry, the margin top to let's say 10 only here. Perfect. And then we have this enter email section. For this particular text I will add a style, and we'll just change the font family to outfit, and same thing I will do it here as well. Okay, then we need to add a another view and along with the text and input for the password. So I will just copy this one. Here I will say password, here I will say email. For password it's simple, just change this to password, and for text input you can give a type as a password. Okay, and here we'll say enter password. Okay, here keyboard type, I don't know, I think that's pretty much. Obviously we don't want to give that much margin, just small margin. And if I click over here, oh, it's still showing the text, so this type does not work. Keyboard type, so it has one method which will just show a type password. So over here let me remove this one. So it has one method called secure text entry, and you have to mark it as a true. So whenever you type you will see the change. Okay, so that's how you can just add the password field as well. Perfect. Let me bring this down. And now next we want to show a 2 button for sign in and 1 for the create account. So let's add that button. So after this we'll add a button. So here we'll say a sign in button. This sign in button will add a text. Here we'll say sign in. For the view, obviously this need to be look like a button, so I will just add a style. Here we'll say padding of 10, let's say 15, then background color to be colors dot primary, then rounded corner, so we'll add a border radius of 15 and save it. Perfect. Obviously here I will change the text color, so color will be the colors dot white, and we'll make text align into the center, something like this. I will change this font padding to maybe let's say 20. Okay, that's pretty good. I think this is good one. Let's add margin top to let's say 50. Perfect. And 1 button for this create account. So here I will say create account button. Here we'll just say create account, but in this case I will change this color to primary, and background color I will keep as a white. Okay, something like this. But obviously we want to add a border, So here I will add a border width of 1, something like this. And obviously I don't want to give margin top to 50, just 20, something like this. Okay, and just clean sign in page that we have. Now obviously once user clicks sign in, if email and password is there, then user can sign in. And once user click on this create account, then we should navigate to the sign up page. Okay, so for this create account button, I will change this to a touchable opacity so that we can press it, and we can add on press event. And first, before that one, we need to add constant router is equal to use router. Okay, and now over here simply I will add on press event, and you can add router dot replace. Okay, so it will not go back to the sign in page, instead of it will go to this login page only. And here we will simply add auth slash sign up. Okay, because that's our route, auth and sign up. Let's save it. And if I click on create account, see it go to this sign up page. If I go back, see it jump back to the login the landing screen, obviously, which is our home page. And again you want to go to the sign in, you can just go to the sign in page. Perfect, right? So that's how you can jump from one page to other page. Now inside the create account, right, quickly we can add the the input field and all. So let's go to this sign up page. First I want to remove this back button and header, so I will just add a constant navigation is equal to use navigation, and inside the use effect we'll simply add navigation dot set options and header shown to be false. Then for this view I will add a style, we'll add a padding of 25, padding top will add a 50, and for text I will say create new account. We'll add a style, we'll add a font family as outfit bold. Then we'll change the font size of 35, just add 30. And you can add more text, I don't know what text should be add over here. Then we want to add the text input. So if you remember inside this sign in, I will just copy this email password thing. So I will copy email and password inputs as it is, and I will just simply paste it here. Obviously I need to add the styling as well. So I will import this style sheet template, and then I will just copy existing styling for this input like this, and then save it. Now obviously we have to make sure that text input need to be added over here along with the text, and I think we have the view as well. Okay, make sure to import the colors and save it. Now if you see we have email password. Before this we need to add one more field, which is for the user full name. So here we'll say user full name. I said full name, and here I will just say enter full name. Okay, obviously this need to be at 20 only. Perfect. And then we need to add that to button. So I will just copy similar button. So let me copy this sign in and create account button, but just I will swap this name and all. So I will paste it here. Now this need to be a, or let me, yeah, this need to be a create account. Obviously we have to import the touchable opacity as well. I think that's all. Let me go to get started, then create account, and boom, if you see we have this create account and another need to be a sign in. Perfect. Now on this sign in, we want to go back to the sign in page. Okay, so if I click sign in, see, it will go back to the sign in page, but we did not define the router. So define the router, and then it will go to this sign in page. Okay, if I go back, it will jump back to the landing page. So that's how you can add this sign in and the create account page. Only thing I think I miss over here, just to add a background color. So this will need to be a colors dot white, and I will add a height to be 100%, so it will fill this complete screen. Okay, if you want, you can add the back button. It's very easy. So if I go to this icons.expo.fyi, right, it contains a lot of different icon. So you can filter this icon with the different types. So I just usually use this any icon, okay, and just search the icon which you want to use. So in this case, let's say back button. So if you see, this is this different kind of back button you will see. I will use this one. Now first thing, you are using this component, right? First you need to import this component. So copy it, and let's say in sign in you want to add it, right? So here I will just import this component first, and then this is the component we want to use. So copy this component name, and simply I want to use at this place. So let me, before this text, so I will add that and then save it. Now you will see that back button. So let me go to the sign in page, and if you see, we have this back button. Let's give some I will just modify a little bit. So for this text, I will add margin top to 30, something like this, and now we have this beautiful back button. Now this, in order to go back on the click of this back button, first you need to give ability to click on that icon. So I will wrap this icon inside this touchable opacity, right, so that now it has a on press event, and simply we'll go router dot back. Okay, because router has a inbuilt method called back, and just simply it will go to this back. See, simply. Okay, same thing we're gonna implement for the create account. So copy this component import statement inside the sign up, and then let's add this touchable opacity and any icon component before this text, and save it. Now we have this beautiful icon. I will give margin top to 30. Let's save it, and I think that is good. If I click on this button, it will go back to the landing screen. Perfect. So that's how you can add the sign in and sign up page. Now the most important thing is to set up a Firebase so that you can enter username, password, and we can save the login to our account as well. Now it's time to set up the Firebase in order to implement the email and password authentication into our application. So first thing, obviously we're gonna implement this sign up, so that user can create a new account, and then we can check whether user can able to sign in or not. So first thing, let's go to this firebase.google.com, and if you don't have an account, create a new account. One of the most important thing, Firebase recently update a lot of different things with the new features, and most important, as you know, that Firebase is free to use. Now go to the console and create a new project if you don't have already. So I already have the project. I will go into that one, and if you see, you will see here an option to add a new application. So click add new app and select the web. Okay, here you need to give the application name. Here we'll say AI travel planner, and just simply click register app. Now once the application is registered, you will see this configuration file and the SDK to install this Firebase. So copy this npm command, go to your project, and simply inside the new terminal paste this, which is npm install Firebase. Click enter, so it will install the Firebase into your application. Then we need to configure the Firebase. So copy this all of this code as it is, and then we are going to create a new folder inside the root directory outside of this app folder, and we can call it as a configs. So inside this config folder, let's go to this config folder and let's add a new file called firebase config.tsx or js. Now, whatever the configuration related to our application, we will keep inside this config folder only and paste the code which you just copied. Now I will remove this analytics because we don't want to use, and make sure to export this application and then save it. Next step, let's go to the console, and then you will see your application over here. You can just enable this because it's still in process, but within a couple of minutes it will available so that you can also see into the dashboard. Now next important thing, on the left hand side you will see we have a lot of different options. Click on build, and here you will see the authentication. Click on this authentication, the authentication section or this particular menu option you will see over here. Click on it and then click get started. So it will enable authentication service to your application. Now right now we are using this email password, but you can have different option as well. So I will click email and password and make sure to enable this email and password and then simply save it. Okay. Inside under the usage, you will see how much uses you already use and everything. So right now, if you see email password is enabled. Now simply search on Google like Firebase authentication, you will find this documentation. Okay, just click on it and here you will see the all documentation in order to add the Firebase. On the left hand side you will see the web section, and here just click on this get started. Okay, so as you know that we already initialized this Firebase, but now we also want to add this authentication from this Firebase auth. So copy this one, go to your Firebase config file and simply paste it here. Here make sure to export it so that we can use it throughout the application and save it. Make sure this app is added to this get auth. Next, if you see, this is the sign up new user. So this particular logic used to create a new user email and password, and this sign in existing user, it means it will sign in with the email and password. So first thing first, we are going to implement the create new account means sign up functionality. So I will copy this as it is. Okay, this particular line of code, go to your project and simply go to this sign up section. Now over here I'm going to create a new method called constant on create account, and simply I will paste this code. Now make sure to import this create user password from this Firebase auth. Then you have to import this auth as well. Okay, so first we'll import this auth. So here we'll say auth from our config file /firebase config. So if you remember, we already exported the auth from this Firebase config file. Okay, so that auth we just imported, and then everything is as it is. Here I will just write the console as a user, and we'll just console the error code, or just will console the error message. Let's say error code as well. Okay, perfect. Now over here, if you observe, we have this email and password, right? We need to pass the user's email and the password when user is creating a new account. So if I go to this create account, we will see we have email and password section. Obviously this full name we use to store inside our database, that we will see later in this particular course. But for now, we will focus on creating a new account or signing up to our application. So in order to get this email and password, first we need to define this state, okay, so that we can store that value. So we'll say constant email comma set email is equal to use state. If you don't know about the use state, so use state is nothing but an React hook used to set the value for email, and set email used to set the value, and email will hold the value. Okay, so it's kind of setter getter, but not really inside the React. And one for the password. like this, and save it. Now if I go down, and if you remember, we have these inputs. So right now we have one error dot get auth. So so if I go to this Firebase config, I think we forgot to import this get auth from this Firebase auth. Okay, so make sure to import that one. And then if I go to the sign up, let's accept the input first. So also we'll define one more state for the full name and save it. Now if I go to this full name, and in order to get the entered value, we have a method called onChange. Okay, now this onChange has the value whatever the user entered. Let's console this value first, and let me show you what is written by this onChange method. So I will open this console, and if I type something, let's say if I type something, see it's getting printed. Okay, but we have another method, I think, onChange text, which will, I think, return exact value. Say, okay, so whatever the value I write, it will print it out here. Okay, so this onChange text method, we're gonna use it. Now instead of console log, we'll just set the full name value like this. Now this full name state has the entered value. Okay, next same thing, I will copy this onChange text method for the email, and here we'll set the email and one for the password and save it. Now you have email and password as well. Now one more important thing you need to do over here is to check whether your user is already entered email or password. So simply here we say if email dot length, here we say length is greater than 0 and password dot length is greater than 0 and full name dot length is greater than 0. Okay, or you can just write email and password and full name as well. It's up to you how you want to write. It's completely up to you. Okay, and simply here we'll return nothing. Okay, and you can show the toast message on the Android. If you are using Android, so you have option to show the toast message. Here you need to write where you want to show, let's say bottom, and then I think just show. Here you need to write a message, please enter all details, and here again we have toast Android dot we'll say bottom and save it. Now this on create account method, we need to connect to the create account button. Okay, so here we'll change this to touchable opacity it has, and then we'll connect this on press event, and simply we'll connect on create account like this, and then save it. Now if I click on create account, okay, so I don't know what, something the toast Android is not working. So let's see what's the issue over here. So email, password and full name dot, so let's say long. So I just realized we completely added incorrect logic. So here see this one previously one, but just I will enter if email is not there and if password is not there and full name is not there, then only show this toast message. Now if I click create account, and if you see we got this error saying please enter all details. Okay, now once you enter all the details, let's enter all the details. So here I will say accounts@tubeguruji.com, and I will add some password, let's say the password I want to add. Okay, and now if I click on create account, okay, let's say inside the console do we have any information. I think we are getting some error saying cannot read property settings of undefined. That's a little weird. So let's see what's the issue. Because if you see, we already have this console message, right? And that console message is printing out. So we are getting this error because inside this Firebase config, right? If you see over here, the get auth is looking like this. So make sure it's auth and get app auth. And now if I go to this sign up, now we have good. Okay. So let's test this out now. So I don't know what's this option. Okay, let me clean this out and I will open this and try to create account. And if you see, we have account created. So here you will see the log in which I think this is different log. I just console somewhere. Okay, so this one. But inside this console log user, here we will get all of this information, which has the email, which has the email verified false. That's fine. But we are able to create the account. Now just to verify, go to this Firebase, go to this authentication and user, you will see the identifier account which is just created. Okay, so that's how you can create the user's email. Let me go back over here now. Now as soon as you created a new account, either you can navigate to the home screen or you can navigate to the login screen to log into the user. It's up to you. So over here I'll just simply navigate to the home screen. So I don't know whether we have the home screen, but I will just redirect user to our new tab screen. Okay, so obviously we don't have the tab yet that we are going to implement, so I will keep for now as it is. Now let's implement the sign in functionality. So if I go to this sign in and let's go to this sign in page as well. So we are in the sign in page. So over here from the documentation, if you scroll down here, you will see the sign in existing user, right? Copy this code as it is and just let's create on sign in method, and inside that we'll paste this code. Now inside code, make sure to import this sign in with the password, then make sure to import this auth. Obviously you have to import it manually. So here we'll say auth from, and then you need to give the Firebase config path. So in this case is config/Firebase config, and then we need to pass the email and password. So for that one we need to set the state email comma set email is equal to use state, and for password we'll set password comma set password is equal to use state. Okay, perfect. And this on sign in method we need to connect to the sign in button. So here we'll change this touchable opacity so that we can add the on press event, and we'll connect this on sign in method and then close this touchable opacity tag. Now obviously as you define this email and password state, we need to get the user's input from these two text input. So first is for the text, over here we have this email. So I will just simply add on change text which has the value, and we'll simply set the email as a value, and for the password as well we'll simply set the password. Okay, so this text input has a password and this text input has an email, and just we set the value. Let's save this one. I'm similar like before. Right here we'll first check if email is not there and if password is not there, so I'll simply return nothing. So it will not go to the next code, and here we'll show the toast message. Please enter email and password, and here we'll say android toast dot long and then save it. Okay, so if I try to sign in over here, you will see I'm not able to sign in, right? And it's showing that message. But if I enter it now, let's enter the correct detail. Before that, okay, I just want to console it here with the user information, and over here we'll also set the error message. Okay, so right now let's enter the incorrect details. So here if I put something, okay, and try to sign in, so you will see inside the console with some error message. Okay, let's save this one first and let's try to sign in. If you see, it's saying Firebase error, invalid credential. Okay, and I just want this error code. So if you see, we have this error code called auth/invalid credential. So simply I will say if error code is equal to this invalid credential, will simply show the toast message. Here we'll say show invalid credential. Okay, and here add toast android dot let's add long. Okay, so that's how you can show that message. But if it's successful, obviously we want to navigate to the tab screen, it means the home screen, that we can add it later on. But right now let's save this one and now enter the correct email and password. Here we'll enter the correct email and password, click sign in, and boom, if you see, we got the user information. It means I'm able to sign in successful with the user's email. Okay, and as soon as you sign in, you just navigate to the new screen. That's all. That's how simple it is. Okay, so that's how guys you can implement sign in and sign up functionality for your application. Now obviously most important thing over here, that whenever user launch first time, right, we will check at the very first that user is already signed in or not. If user is already signed in, we will directly navigate it to the home screen, that we will see in the next chapter. Now, once user is logged in or created a new account, we want to navigate to the tab bar, and on the home screen, which contains a tab section at the bottom side, where user have the different tab like my trip, discover, profile, and if you want to add more, you can add that one as well. And if you never used the tab before, don't worry, because we will go step by step. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside this app folder, in order to create tab, I'm going to create a new folder and I will call it as a tabs. Okay, and inside this tab, I'm going to add the tab layout, so we can call it as underscore layout.jsx, and here let's add a default template, and I will just rename this to a tab layout like this and save it. Now inside this tab, you can add as many tabs you want. Let's add three most important tab. One is my trip.jsx. So this file contains this my trip tab. I will add the default template. Let's save this one. Then another is discover.jsx. I will just rename, we can keep this as it is. And the last is the profile.jsx. Add the default template like this and save it. Now for the my trip, I will just rename this. Oops. We'll say my trip and save it. Next, inside this underscore layout, we have to define the tabs. So I will remove this and simply I will add a tabs over here from the Expo router. Inside this tab, you have to define the screens. So let's define tabs dot screen, and then you have to give the name of the tab. So obviously that name is belong to that file name. So let's say my trip. Okay, let's add another one, which is the discover, and one more is for profile, and save it. So right now we added these tabs. Okay, we added 3 tabs, but it's not showing on the screen. So for that one, first let's go to this underscore layout, and inside that, if you see, the default screen is index. I will just comment this out. I will add a new screen with a name as a tab. Okay, so I'm just telling that we want the tabs as our default screen, and then save it. And if you see right now it's showing as a default but with the index. Now this screen is showing because we have this index.tsx and this file is getting rendered. Now over here in this file we're going to check if user is already login or not. So in order to check that one, you just need to write constant user is equal to auth. So this auth we need to import from our Firebase config. So let's add this import auth from config folder / Firebase config, and this auth has a method called current user. Okay, now once we have this user information, we will simply check if the user is present, or user means user is already logged in, then simply we want to redirect. So Expo router has a redirect component which we need to provide the hrefs like this. Otherwise just show this login component. Okay, so inside this hrefs we'll just navigate to the which one, the tab screen, or we can just say my trip screen. Here we'll do /my trip and then save it, and boom, if you see it jump to this my trip section, and at the bottom I'm not sure why it's new update available, downloading, it's showing that particular message, but below that we have these screens. Okay, let me delete this one, and couple of things. I think here we added the wrong import, we need to add React Native function. Okay, so that's why it's coming with a view. Perfect. And then we have this tabs and my trip as well. Right now let me refresh this emulator one. So I just refresh the screen, and if you see at the bottom we have this 3 tabs: my trip, discover and profile. Perfect. Now obviously this particular header we can remove it. For example, for this tab we don't want this tab header, so let's go to this underscore layout where we have this tag screen, and for this particular stack you can just remove screen option as header shown as a false. Okay, so if you see now it's gone, and just we have this my trip. If you don't want anywhere, just go to this underscore layout where we define these tabs, and you can just define the screen option over here. So for all of this tab screen we are not showing this header anymore, so we'll just make it as a false. Okay, perfect. Now one more important thing, let me close all of this tab. As you know that from this index, right, as soon as user comes on this particular page, it will check if user has a current user, and then it will redirect it to the my trip, which is the home page of this particular tab, right? But as soon as inside the sign in page, inside this auth we have this sign in page, as soon as user login, we also want to redirect it user to the sign in page. So here we will just add a router dot replace and just go to the my trip page. Same thing we're gonna do for the sign up as well. So if I go to this sign up page, and once user login, we will jump to this my trip page. As simple as that. Now let's go back to our tab screen and let's customize it with our own icon. So let's go to this layout where we define this tab screen, and inside that now we will customize our tabs. So first thing, we'll add options over here, and for this one we'll add a tab bar icon. We want to add our own icon. So here we'll accept the color, and simply we have to add the icon. So you can get that icon from this icons.expo. So I will just filter this out with this icon. Here I will want trip, so let's add location marker. I don't know, yeah, this one. So I will just copy this one, and then I will copy this component and just simply paste it here. If I save this one, you will see the component marker get added over here. Now if you want to change the label of this one, you can just change this label you can say my trip. And now if you see, the text also get changed. Also if you want to change the color of this one, right now if you see it's blue, and here we give this color as a black. Let me change this to a color of the system color. So right now it will show as a blue, but we want it as a black. So here we'll simply add tab bar active tint color, I think, right, tint color, and here we'll add it from our colors palette. So let me import our color palette, colors from constants and colors. So here you will see the primary color, which is the black, and now it's showing as a black color. Perfect. Same thing we're gonna do. So I will copy this and paste it for these two inside the option, obviously. So I will add an option, like this. Obviously we'll change the icon. So for a here I will find for a globe, something like this. So I will just copy this name because we have already component. So I will just change this name, and then I want last people, the user profile, right? So I will use this one for the profile. Here we'll say discover and then profile and save it. And now right now if you see, we have discover, we have the profile, and these three tab bar are now ready. Let me go back, and inside this my trip, let's say my trip, and now if you see it's showing on the at the top, it's very top. But yeah, that's how you guys you can add the tab bar for your application. Now on the my trip, when we user don't have any trip created, then it will show this particular component showing that you can create a new trip. Okay, so it's simply this situation comes when the user don't have the trip. So that this particular UI we are going to develop now, and obviously then we'll learn how to create a new trip. So let's go back to our application, and inside here, inside this app folder, inside the tab, we have this my trip page. Okay, so right now if you see, we are on the my trip only. For this view I will add a style. We'll add a padding of, let's say, 25, and then we'll give a padding top to 55. Also I will add a background color as a colors dot white. So let's import the colors. From the constants slash colors, and here we'll add a white color. Okay, let me put this. Okay, and you can give the height as 100%. Then for this text I will add one more view, and then we'll put this text inside this view. For this one I will give style as a font family outfit bold. Then I will add a font size of, let's say, 30. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And here we'll say my trips. I think let's add 35. And on the right hand side we want to add a plus icon. So you can get that icon from this icon Expo. Click add. I will just filter this out with this any icon, and I will use this icon. So first I will copy this import statement in order to use that icon, and then the component, and simply I will paste it here. Okay, now obviously we need to bring this in one line. So for this view I will add a style. Simply you can add the display it as a flex, and then give the flex direction as a row. Okay, now as soon as I save it, you will see the plus icon is now in a one line. Also, we'll make align item to be in the center, so it will come vertically to be in the center. And then we want justify content to be space between, because we want at the right hand side something like this. For this one, I will change the size to, let's say, 50, something like this. And then we have this beautiful plus icon. Perfect, right? Next, on the my trip, right, once we want to fetch data from the database, right, we will store that user trip inside one state, and we can call it as a user trips comma set user trips is equal to use state. But right now we don't have any the user trips, right? So I will keep this as empty. But once we connected our application to a backend, and when we fetch the data, then obviously we might have this user trips. Okay, but for now just assume that this is empty for now. And over here I will just add user trips dot length. If it's is equal to 0, then I'm going to create one component to show the saying let's create a new trip. So under the component folder, let's create another folder, and we can call it as a my trips. So all the components related to this particular screen we'll put inside this my trips folder, and inside this we'll add new component, and we can call it as a start new trip card, I will say. Okay, dot jsx. Add the default template and save it. And now this particular component I will show. So I will just say start new trip card. Otherwise, for now, let's show none. Okay, so this is just a ternary operator. First, I'm checking if user trip is empty, and then I will show this start new trip card, and otherwise I will show null. As soon as I save it, you will see the start new trip card component is showing on the screen. Now for this view, let's add some style. So here I will add a style. We'll make a padding of 20. Then I will add a margin top to 50. Then we'll make a display in a as a flex. Okay, and we'll make align item to be in the center. Now first thing, I will add one icon. So I want location icon. So here just search for the location, copy this component and simply paste it here. Another let's copy this component and simply paste it here. You can change the size if you want. So if you see this icon is showing on the screen, I will just change this to, let's say, 30. Next, after this one, we'll add a text. Here we write no trips plan yet. Okay, and for this I will add a style. We'll add a font size of 25, font family as outfit, bold, and let's add medium. Okay, and then we'll give margin top 10, or you can give some gap over here. So for all the component it will add some space as well. Okay, even though you did not give margin top, that also fine. Next I will add another text. I'll copy this existing state, but here I will just add outfit with 20, and here we'll say this particular message which we already have inside the mockup. So I will copy this and paste it here and save it. Perfect. We'll make text align to be in the center. So text align to be in the center, and then we'll change the color as colors dot gray. Okay, some gray color kind of this. Let's look nice. And the last, we want to add a button. So our button need to be on press event. So directly I will add touchable opacity from this React Native, and inside that we'll add a text. Inside that we'll add a start a new trip button. Okay, this is button name. Let's add some style. So I will add a style. We'll add a padding of 10. Then I will add a background color as colors dot primary. Then I'll add border radius to be 15, and I will also add padding horizontal, like let's say 30. Okay, here I will add padding 15. Obviously text color we need to change to white, so color, here we say colors dot white and save it. Beautiful, right? Also here I will change the font family to outfit medium, so that I will also change little bit size. So font size, let's say 20, not 20, let's say 17. Perfect. And we have this gap as well. If you want to give more gap, just add it here. Okay, perfect. And this component has a white background, so it's, I don't know, yeah, we mentioned that, right? Yeah, so it's not looking like that, but yeah. And now on the click of this one, right, we want to start a new trip. But as soon as user have some trip information, right, obviously this component will not display, and then user can use this button in order to add a new trip as well. Okay, I hope you understand this part. Let me talk about the tubeguruji.com, where you will get an exclusive courses as well as source code for each of the project. Not only that, but you can even track each of the courses chapter by chapter. You will see the preview. Also, you have option to access the source code, application demo, or you can also even watch on YouTube. If you click on the continue and enroll to the course, here you will see all the chapters. Then you can, as I say, on the dashboard, you will see your personalized dashboard where you can track your progress for that particular course. If you want to join this one, just you can join it less than $7 per month, or you can join yearly as well, which is less than $40. So guys, just join it and be a member of the tubeguruji Pro family. Now moving back to our application. Right now, if you see, we completed this particular page, and on the click of the start new trip, we want to open a new screen. So for that one, let me walk through this mockup. So when user click on the start new trip, it will jump on this search place screen, where we are going to implement and Google autocomplete place search option. As soon as you type something, you will get the place suggestion, and then once you select that place, then it will jump to this next screen where you user have option to select the travelers. So if you see, we have different option, like just me or couple or family and friends and all of them. After that, user need to select the dates, and then he need to select the budget. With this, all of this information, we need to store this information in one context, so that at the end we can review all of this information. Along with that, we can also get the AI trip planner, means AI will generate the trip for you, depends on this particular information. So first thing first, we'll need to create a new screen, and then on the click of this one, we want to navigate to this new screen. So let's go back to our application, and inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder. So this will be a new route now, and we'll say create trip. Okay, now inside this create trip, we'll create another file, and we'll give the name as search place dot jsx. Okay, now let's add the default template, and here I will just rename this to search place, and then save it. Now from the let me close this, all of this tab first, and inside this components where we have this start new trip, right, where we have this start new trip button, correct? So this is our button. So on this one, we'll add the on press event, and we want to navigate to the new screen. So in order to navigate, just I will add the constant, we'll say router is equal to use router from the Expo router. Now this is a programmatically I'm jumping. Now if you don't want to use programmatically, you can also use a link tag from the Expo. That also I'm going to tell you how to use it. But for now, just jump it using this method. So we'll say router dot push, and here if you see our new route will be create trip. So here we'll say create trip slash search place. So in this case, if you see, you don't need to add any configuration for the new screen. And if I save this one and click on this start new trip, see it jump to the new screen, which is the search place. Now let's go to the search place, and inside this search place, if you see, we don't see any header right now. Okay, so you can enable the header as well, because we want to show the back button as well. So let me show you how to do it. So constant navigation is equal to use navigation from the Expo router, and then inside the use effect we will define this navigation option, because we are using use effect because whenever the component get load, we want to execute this line of code. So here we'll simply say navigation dot set options, and inside that we'll just simply say header shown to be true, and just pass it as a true, and boom, if you see now for this particular page you will see the header. Now here a couple of things I'm going to update. So first, an important thing, I'm going to make this particular header as a transparent. So just have it has a property called transparent, and you just make it as a true, and boom, if you see now it's transparent. And also I'm going to change the label to search. So this label will change to search. See, now if I click back button, it will go to this previous screen. So you don't need to manually add the back button or header. Okay, now for this view we'll add a style. Inside that we'll add a padding of 25, and then I will give a padding top to 75 and save it. Also I will make the background color as a white. So I will just add colors dot white, as well as I will just make height to 100%. See, perfect. Next, as I told you, right, we need to add the Google autocomplete so that user can search it. So for that one, we are going to use a React Native Google Place autocomplete, and this is very popular library in order to add the autocomplete functionality. And if you see the screenshot, this is how it will look, right? They already have all the components. Only thing that you need to add is the API key, and that one also we'll learn it. So first thing, let's copy this npm command, or you can just copy from here and then simply install it inside your application. Okay, next, once it install, you just need to copy this line of code. Okay, so it's a just a Google Place autocomplete component from this particular library, and it has some of the properties. So just copy it instead of this one. I will just paste it here, and then make sure to import this autocomplete import statement. So I will paste it here and save it. Now if you see, the search option is showing on the screen, right? But right now it will not work, because if you see inside this Google Place autocomplete, we have the query, and inside that we need to provide the API key. Now in order to generate the API key, we are going to use a Google Place API key. Now many people will ask you whether this API key is free or not. So guys, this API key is free to use up to $200 monthly credits. So Google will give you $200 of monthly credit to access the Google Maps APIs like Place API, Google Map, Embed API, and lot of things. And $200 means a lot, means you can build a small business with this amount. Okay, so it's quite cheap. Now simply just click get started, and only thing we need is the API key. So you depends on the country, you might need to add the billing information, but again it's a free. Okay, so don't worry, you can just add your credit or debit card, and then you are good to use the API key. Now on the top bar you can just search the API key like place API, okay, like this, and you will see this place API. Just click on this one and make sure it is enabled. Okay, we have another API, which is the place new API. I think, I don't know whether this will come or not. See this one, make sure to enable this one as well. And then let's go to this APIs and services. One more important, I think I forgot to tell you guys. So over here, if you see, we have this API and services, and if you click places, right, because we want to do the places here, make sure to enable this geocoding API, because this is important to get the coordinates and all of this information. Then enable this place API, and then place API new as well. Okay, so make sure this 3 API is enabled. So right now for me it's showing a disable button because it's already enabled, but if you see, this is how it will show. Just click on that and it will enable for you. Next, let's go to this keys and credential, or you can just access it from here, API and services, and then it will jump to credential. Then you have to click on this create credential, and then just simply add that API key. As simple as that. Okay. Now if you see, I already have the API key which I created, so I am going to use that existing one. Okay, so once the API key created, you can just copy this API key, and don't use mine guys, and simply you can go to this .env file. So just create this .env file, and then give the environment variable name, start with the Expo underscore public underscore the name of the variable name which you want to give, and then simply paste this API key. Okay, perfect. Once you paste this API key, just close this one, and then make sure to restart your application. Now in order to access it over here, because you already have inside your .env file, just access it using process.env and let me copy this variable environment variable name like this, and then save it. Now if I go here and click it, right, and if I type, for example, let's say Las Vegas, and boom, if you see, as soon as I type it, it will get the suggestion, and if you see, it is powered by Google. Okay, now if I select this Las Vegas NV USA, inside the console we have this data written. So if I open this console, you will see inside the data we got all of this information. Inside the description we have this name of the location, which is important for us because which we are going to save. But in order to get the credential, the image, and all of this thing, you just need to enable this fetch details. If you see, it's saying details is provided when fetch detail is true. So what you have to do, you have to just add fetch details is equal to true like this, and then save it. Now whenever next time I search it, let's click here and search again Las Vegas. Now if you see, along with the data, you will get the all the details as well, which contain the image, photo reference. Not only that, but you will see the coordinates and then map or embedded map URL and lot of other things. Okay, so that's how you can get the all the details. Now let's save this information in one state. But before that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to see all the information. I will just console it for now. For example, let's see, you want to get the description. Okay, so from here, if you see, to get the location name, just use this data.description. Okay, then let's say you want to get the coordinates. So coordinates is in the details. So here I will write details and just check what are the option to get the coordinates, because I'm also not exact sure, but somewhere I found it last time. Now here I just added this console, but if you just write console.log, let's say you want details of, and if you see if I put the dot, you will get the suggestion. Let's say you want URL, and if I save this one and let's search it again so that it will console it, and if you see we got the name, which is in the description, it's written, then details, the location, then we have the photo reference, okay, that we just keep it. If you want to use, you can use it, that one, and the the URL of the embedded map, okay, so that URL as well. So this information now we need to save it in one state. So in order to save that information, because if you see according to our mockup, we want to pass this information, we want to connect it together so that at the end we can show it and we can use that one in order to generate the AI trip, right? So for that one I'm going to use an context, okay. So context is very helpful when you want to share some data between the multiple child component. So in order to use the context, first I'm going to add a new folder outside of this app folder inside the root directory, and we can call it as a context. Inside this context I will just create a new contact. We'll say create trip context.js, and here I will export this one so that we can use it. I will keep the name and file name and this context name will be same, so it's up to you, but it's better to keep it same, and then just simply say create context like this, okay. So once the context is created, now let's go to this app folder, and then I will just use this context in under this underscore layout, okay, that will be I think good. So before this tag I will add this context, which is the create trip context. So let's create import it first. So here we'll say import create trip context from context / create trip context. I don't know why this error is coming. Then dot provider, so it has a provider, and then wrap your complete stack inside this provider. Now for this provider you have to provide the value, okay. So let me change this, and first we'll define some state to hold to pass that value. So here we'll say create, or we'll say trip data comma set trip data is equal to use state, and initially it will be the empty. Here I will put the type as any because this is a TypeScript file, okay, so that's the reason. And here simply add trip data comma set trip data, that's all. So if you see we have this value error, let me change this layout.tsx to layout.jsx file. Say yes, and here you don't need to provide the type now, okay, perfect, and we don't have any error anymore. Now this is the particular state name that we are going to use it. For example, now let's go back to the search place, and inside that let's say you want to use the context. So first define the context. So in order to define the context, you have to define in a curly bracket the state name, which is trip data set trip data is equal to use context, okay. So here we have to use context hook, and inside that you have to provide the context name, which is create trip. I don't know whether it's importing or not. Let's import that context. So here we'll say create trip context from, and here we'll just say context / create trip context, okay. And now you just set the trip data. So over here I will set the trip data. Inside this I'm putting in curly braces, okay. Here we'll say location info, and inside this location info we'll say name of the location, which is the data dot description, then geo, so it means or let's say add coordinates, which is this one. Then here we'll say photo reference, so I will just copy this one, and the last is URL, and I will put this URL. Okay, and now inside the zip data we are just putting all the location information and then save it. Okay, now if I click on start new trip and search something, let's say Las Vegas, and now as soon as I select it, right, it is saving inside this trip data. Now in order to confirm it whether it's saved or not, what you can do, you can define the use effect. Inside this use effect, define this trip data, so console.log trip data, but here you have to make sure this use effect will execute whenever the trip data get changed. So that's the reason I pass this trip data, and whenever this value change, this use effect will get executed. So now let's save this one. Let's go back over here and let's pass it now. Let's pass New York. Okay, and if I click New York, you will see the location information with the coordinates, the name, which is this New York, and photo reference and the URL. It means our context is working and storing the information. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Now let's save it, but before moving forward, I just want to design this one. If you see, we don't have the proper border to this one, so what I will do, I will just add a view and I will wrap this inside the view. I think that's correct, right? Yeah, and then here we'll add a style. So here we'll add a border width of 1. So that's quite weird. I don't know why it's look like this. Actually, do one thing, don't use this view, okay, because otherwise because of this view, right, this autocomplete also not work. So just remove this one, and it has a method called style. Okay, so if I go to this React Native Google Place, you will see the styles and you can apply their own style as well. So let's do one thing, let's add a styles. Inside the style, we have the text input. Okay, so it's need to be text input container, if you see like this, and here you can add the border width, let's say 1, and boom, let's add a border radius of 15, something like this. 15 is I think too much, let's add 5. Yeah, perfect. And if you want to move this little bit down, you can add margin top to 50, 25. Okay, and I will just change this placeholder name to, let's say, search place. Perfect. Now if I go over here and type it, now if you see, it's coming. Perfect. And obviously whenever I select anything, it will get selected. Now at the below, if you want to add some more design, you can add it, but for now I hope you understand the most important thing, that how to set up this context so that we can store the data. Now I will remove this console because we don't need this anymore. Now as soon as users select the location, we are going to jump onto this who's going page, where user will select whether user is alone, is going, or going as a couple or family or friends. Okay, so this page now we are going to build it. So let's go back and first let's create this particular page. So let me close all of this tab for now, and then inside this create trip only, okay, inside this folder we are going to add a new file, and we can call it as a select traveler.jsx. So here I will add dash traveler, and here we'll add a default template, and we'll change this and we'll say select traveler. Now let's save this one, and now next thing, if I select the address, right now obviously I'm not jumping, but as soon as you select it, we are supposed to jump it to the new page. So inside this search place, as soon as you added this information, over here we'll just route it to the new page. So here we need to add the router first, is equal to use router or use router hook, so that we can programmatically jump router dot push, and then we have to give path, which is create trip slash select traveler. The file name I need to change here, need to be, oops, sorry, I will just rename this file because I think spelling incorrect. This is correct over here, and I will just change over here and save it. Now if I click start trip, let's check it out whether it's jumping or not, and boom, if you see, it jumped to this select traveler. Perfect. Now inside this select traveler, first we'll use this navigation because we want the back button. So here we'll just simply add Expo router, then inside the use effect we'll add navigation slash set options. Here we say header shown as a true, then I want header transparent as true, so it's A, and then after this we want to give header title, and I will keep is as a empty. Okay, so I just want this back button. Perfect. Now over here we'll add a style. First we'll add a padding of 25, then we'll add a padding top to 75, and we'll make the background color as a white, or you can just access it using this colors dot white. Let me add this, import this colors, constants from colors. Sometimes it's the import statement get added, sometimes not, and save it. And the important is we have to give the height as 100%. Perfect. Now here I'm going to add a heading as a who is traveling. Okay, and I will add a style for this one. We'll add a font size of 30, font family as outfit bold, and we'll give margin top to 20. Here I will change this to 35, little bigger. Perfect. And after this, let's add a view. Inside this view we'll add a text, and here I will say choose your travelers. So for this text we'll add a font family as outfit bold, and obviously I will add the font size of 20. And for this complete view I'm going to add a margin top to 20. Okay, so now we have this perfect lettering. Here I will make it 23, little bigger. Perfect. And now we want to iterate the list. So I'm going to create a list. Okay, it will be better for me, and in this list I'm going to add couple of options. So first let's add constant option list. It's a hard-coded list. Okay, I think it's better to keep in one folder. So if you see, we have this constant folder. Inside this we'll add options.js file, and inside that we'll add export constant. Here we'll say select traveler list and inside this we'll add, for example, let's say title. The title will be just me. I will add a little description which will be a sole traveler in exploration. Okay, and I will add an icon as well, and then I will add people. Here we'll say just a number like 1, or I will add a 1 like this, whatever you want. Okay, so I will add the remaining one. I will pause the video and I will add the remaining one. Now if you see, I added this 4 option, which is just me, couple, family and friends. If you want this, all of this information, you can just access it from the source code. Only thing here I will update the people. Here I will say 2, then family, let's say 3 to 5. We will say people. Here we will say 2 people. 1, it's not necessary, it's up to you. And for friends I will say 5 to 10 people. Okay, and save it. Now let's close this one, and over here we'll just iterate that value. Okay, so you can use the Flatlist as well for this one. So in order to use Flatlist, just use Flatlist from this React Native. Make sure to import this one, and then for this Flatlist we have to provide the data. Inside this data, our data is, in this case, is select. We have to import this actually, so let's import it. I think that is from the option, right? So I will just copy this name from, and then we have to give the path. So constant slash options. I think that's pretty good. And over here we'll add select traveler list. Okay, then after this we have to add render item. Here we need to render this item, so simply we'll add item comma index and the arrow function like this. So over here I will add a view, and inside this view we need to render the item. Now instead of putting this card item or whatever, the if you see whatever this item you want to show, right, inside the budget as well we have to show in the similar way. So better we can create a component under this component folder inside create trip folder. So inside this create trip I will add a new, or we'll create a new file. We'll call create trip card dot jsx, or you can say option card actually, option card.jsx, add the default template and save it. Now we just use this option card. Okay, to this option card we'll pass the item. So here we'll say option and we'll pass this item information. Now inside the option card we'll accept it as an option and then save it. Now if I go to this, let's select the trip, and over here let me go to this one. Actually it's not supposed to iterate it. I don't know why it's not iterating. So okay, maybe because we added these 2 curly braces, we are not supposed to add, it's only 1 curly brace, and then we have to provide the data which you want to render. And then now if you see the option card text, it's rendering 4 times because we just have the text called option card, and inside this select traveler list we have the 4 items, right? So that's the reason it's rendering 4 times. Perfect. Let's go to the option card now and let's display the information. So first I will add the style for this view. We'll add a padding of, let's say, 15, or maybe let's add 15 only for now. And then over here first text, let's add a view, and inside that we'll add a text. Okay, so inside this text we'll add option dot title. So if you see now, oh, the title is not showing. So let's go to this select traveler, and over here we forgot this curly braces. So first this we have to curly braces this circular, and then in curly braces we have to define. And if I save it, now if you see, we got this one. Perfect. uh, for this text I will add a style, and here we'll say font size of 20. Then we'll make font family as outfit medium. Let's make it bold and let's see how it looks. I think that's good. And below that I will add another text. I will copy this one. Here I will make 17. I will make this outfit, and this need to be a description, and I will change this color as colors dot gray. Perfect. And on the right hand side I want to show the the icon. So outside of this view I will add that one. So again, this is just a simple text, and here I will add option dot icon. See this small icon. Obviously we'll change this font size to, let's say, 30. Let's add 40. Perfect. And I want this on the right side. So for this padding I will make display as a flex, and then we'll make flex direction as a row, and then justify content will say space between. Perfect. Now let's add a border. So here we'll add a border width. Let's add we don't want a border, actually we'll just make a background color. Add colors dot gray. Oh, so this gray is quite dark. Let's choose another one. So I added this light gray color code inside our colors, so this one, and I just applied it. Okay, then for we can give margin, or not here, but inside the select traveler over here only you can add the style, and we'll say a margin bottom, or we can say vertical to be 10. Okay, let's I think that's enough. And for this one I will add border radius to be 15. Perfect. We'll add more padding. Let's add 25. I think this is good. Perfect. And now we have this beautiful choose travel section. Okay, now once user select this traveler, right, we need to make sure to we need to show some kind of highlight that okay, this is selected or this one is selected. Now inside the select traveler, just we are going to maintain one state. So here we'll say constant select traveler comma set selected traveler, this need to be R, is equal to use state. Okay, and inside this one, whenever user select this, we have to save the information. So simply if I go over here, instead of this view I will make this touchable opacity, and here as well I will make the touchable opacity, so that we can able to add on press event. So simply here I will add on press, and over here we'll set the selected traveler as a item dot title. We are just selecting the title only. Okay, remember this is very important, we are not selecting any other thing. And then save it. Now this particular selected traveler we are going to pass to this option card. So here we'll pass the selected traveler as a selected traveler, so that inside the option card user this particular card will get to know which one is the selected traveler. Okay, and depends on this condition we're gonna add our the conditional styling. So we can add the border. So for example here I will wrap inside this particular style, I will wrap inside the square bracket, and then over here I will add another curly braces, and here I will just write if selected traveler is matches with the option dot title, because in selected traveler we are saving option, right, and we can put an and condition. and here we can write our own style. So here let's say we want a border of width, let's say 2, and then save it. And if you see, as soon as I select over here, you will see this beautiful border. Okay, let's make it 3, little bit darker. Perfect, right? So that's how you can select. Now another thing, if I go to the selector traveler, as you know that we need to save this information in our state. So let's define the state. So here we'll say, let me copy from the previous component. So if I go to the search place, from here I will copy this context. Okay, and make sure to import this use context hook, as well as make sure to import the create trip context as well. And then over here we'll define one use effect. Now this use effect only execute whenever this selected traveler get changed. So here we'll say selected traveler, and simply we'll set the set trip data. So see, this is set trip data. Now in this case we have to maintain the previous information because we don't want to lose previous information, right? So here we'll add the, and here we can just simply inside the curly braces we can add the dot trip data, comma, and the field on which we want to save. So here we say traveler count, and then simply okay, extra brackets, and oh, we don't need this one as well, just only this one. And then here we'll simply add the selected traveler. Okay, so what will happen with the existing data, right? And only this field information will just update, okay, which we are adding newly. But one more important thing I want to observe, because we need the count of this particular traveler, how many people are traveling, right? So for that one, instead of saving the who is traveling, right, we can also store all of this information. So instead of just storing the title, right, we will store the item, complete item, and then inside the option card, as we have this all the information, here we'll just check with the ID. Okay, so option.id and selected traveler.id. Let's check this out. So it's saying some error. Let's try this one by adding the optional field. If I select just me, okay, now it's working fine. And if you want to see in selected traveler, if you want to know whether we are getting the correct value or not, you just simply execute the use effect whenever the trip data get changed. Okay, and here we'll just console the trip data. I think we are already consoling, but yeah, again I'm just using this one. Make sure it's square bracket. And now if I select the couple, let's see over here that okay, we have this information. But yeah, if you see, we have the travel count, and then we have this all of this information. Perfect. Instead of travel count, we can also say traveler. Okay, so traveler and then that information. Perfect. And at the last, obviously we want to show button. So after this view, I will just add a touchable opacity, and inside that we'll define a text with saying continue. So here I will add a style for the button, and we'll add a padding of 15, background color as a colors dot primary. Obviously here we'll need to make the text as a white, obviously text align center, the color as colors dot white. Perfect. And then we'll add the border radius as a 15, not here, to this touchable opacity. And I think we can bring this down as well. So let's make this as a position as absolute, but I think we will keep as it is. That will be good. And one more thing, I will give margin top to 20, so it will come little bit down. Okay, and now we have this continue button. Let me try to get this 20. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And now if I click continue, then it should navigate to the new screen. So here I will make outfit medium and font size as 20. So here now padding, if I make 15, that will be good. Perfect. Okay, now next, once we have this information, right, who is traveling, then on the continue button, if you see, our next thing will be travel dates. Now once user select the traveler, we want to jump to the new screen where we are giving option to select the dates. Now date will be it's kind of range date, so user can select the start date and end date, and from that one we'll get to know how many days user is traveling and all. So for that one, I'm going to use this React Native Calendar Picker library. This is very popular library, and the most important thing is very easy to integrate, and it provides a lot of different feature. But before that, we need to create a new screen. So let's go back to our VS Code, and inside here under this create trip, I'm going to add a new file, and we can call it as a select, we'll say select dates.jsx. Now here I will add the default template, and we'll just rename this to a select date, or we can call dates. Now whenever inside this select traveler I click on this continue button, we need to navigate to this particular page. So here we'll simply add on press event, and I think we need to connect the router first. We need to define the router, but before that I want to tell you another thing. So instead of using this router, right, and on press event, you can just wrap this touchable opacity inside this link tag from the Expo router. And for this link tag we have the another property called hrefs, and inside that you can give the path. So in this case, let's say this is our route, right, create trip / select dates, and that's all. Just make sure to wrap this button inside this link tag. So even though if you did not add a touchable opacity, that also fine, but touchable opacity give you the click button effect, right? So that is important. Now if I click on this select new trip, let's add the Las Vegas for example, and select the one who is traveling, and then simply click continue. So right now if you see, the button is not a full width, so I will just change this style of this particular link to width to be 100%. I don't know why it's not showing. So instead of putting in touchable opacity, let's remove and put it inside this touchable opacity, and here as well I will put it inside this touchable opacity. Okay, and save it, and just here I will make this text align to be in the center, so it will be in the center. Okay, now if I click this one, you will see it jump to this select dates. Perfect. Now as you know that we need to add this navigation options as well. So there are a couple of way, right, because every time we need to add this option, right? So there are another way. So inside this underscore layout for this tag, right, there as well you can define the header shown. Right now we show header shown as a false, right? Let it make it true, and let's see whether we are getting this header. And if you see, we have this header. Now for this header, you can just make header transparent and just make it true. See, okay. So for the previous one, you will see nothing is there, right, because we already defined it. But right now you will see the transparent. Now depends on whether do you want to use this label or not, is up to you. Okay, obviously for that one again we need to define the options. So it's better not to define here, because for other screen we just define the header shown as a false. Okay, let's go back again to the select dates, and first thing we need to add the header. So here I will define the constant navigation is equal to use navigation from the Expo router, and then simply inside the use effect I will add navigation dot set options, and here we say header shown to be true, then header transparent as true, and then we want to add the header title as a empty. Perfect. For this view, let me add a style, and as I know, we will give padding of 25 and padding top to, let's say, 75, and also we'll change the background color to colors dot white, and we'll give height to 100. Now over here we'll just add as a travel dates, and for this one I will use style. We'll add a font family as outfit bold, font size of, let's say, 35, and that's good. We'll use little bit margin top to 20, the similar the one which we gave for this select traveler, which is the margin top to 20. Perfect. After this we need to add a calendar, so for that one we need to, so just copy this and then inside your terminal I will just paste it here. Okay, so it will install this React Native calendar library. Once it install, if you see, this is the example how to use that one, but before that also this is the prerequisite that we need to install this date fns library, so make sure to install this one as well. And then in order to use this calendar, right, this is the example that how to use calendar picker. Okay, so to copy this component and simply I will paste it here as a calendar picker, and then save this one. Okay, and right now obviously make sure to import this calendar picker, so we'll just add this import statement as well over here, and then save it. So let's start it again, and if you see, we have this beautiful calendar. Now let's add a view so that we can give little bit of margin from the top. So here I will add a style, and we'll simply give margin top to, let's say, 10, or let's say 30. Perfect. And here if you see, we have this on the click of next, it will go to the next month and so on, right? Now couple of things. Right now if you see, it's selected is 30th, it's showing as a 30. On the selection you will see the color is getting changed, but here we need to allow user to select the range. Right now it's not allowing to select the range, right? So it has a property, so if I bring this down, it has a property called allow range selection, and just make this as a true and save it. Now if you see, if I select let's say 26 to 28, you will see the selection. So these three dates are get selected, but this color combination we can change that as well. So if you go to this documentation, you will find all the details which you needed. Not only that, but you can also limit the or you can disable the all the dates which you don't want to you to user to select. So because we don't want to select user to the previous date, so here you can just add minimum date and just give the today's date using this new date method, and boom, if you see right now it just selected or say disable all the previous one, and only the next month or the current date, and from the next day you will have option to select it. Perfect, right? Now we can also give option. For example, let's say you selected this date and this. So right now if you see, I can select as many as this particular range, right? But you can limit that one as well. So you can add the maximum range duration, let's say 5 days. Okay, so user have option to only select only 5 days only. So right now if you see, if I select 4, you have option to select until 9, and only for that date we can make a plan. Okay, so it's up to you how many range duration you want. Okay, then you can even change this color. So in order to change the color, you can add the selected range style. So it has the property selected range style, and inside this one you have to provide the property. Let's say you want a background color of black, our primary color, which is kind of black, right? So you can save this one, and boom, if you see, it's changed to black. But we have to make sure the color, text color, is white. So here we have another property called selected date text color, and here you can add the color, color as a colors dot white. Okay, I think something went wrong. So this need to be a selected day text type, and now if you see, we change to white. Okay, if I select 10, you have option to select 5, and for only 5 days we can give AI travel plan. Okay, now another thing that you can make this paid option if user want to select more than 5 days. Okay, only for the paid user you can add that functionality. Now once this date is selected, we have to make sure we will capture the start date, end date along with how many days user are traveling. So for that one, I'm going to add one more library called npm I moment, which help us to convert any date into any format. Okay, and before moving to the adding the logic, here we need to add a button. So I will add a touchable opacity, and inside this we'll add a text. We'll say continue. Then for this one, let's add a style. We'll add a padding of 15. Then we'll add background color as colors dot primary. Then border radius to be 15. Let's save this one. Let's see how it looks. And then for this style, we'll add a font family as outfit bold. I think I can copy the previous one. That will be good option, right? I will copy the same button as it is. So I will copy this button for the select date instead of just writing a whole code. Okay, obviously here we want to replace this link. So right now I will just keep this as empty, and then right now I don't want to use this link for now. Okay, we will add it in moment, and I will just remove this because on a continue button we have to write logic, so we don't want this link button. But let's save this, and if you see, we have this beautiful continue button. Here you can give some padding from the top, and then we have this continue button. Perfect. Now on the click of this continue, right, we need to add an on press event, and here we can say on date or date selection continue, we can call. Okay, any method name you can give it, that's fine. And that method I'm going to define over here. Now one more method we need to define is on the selection of the date. Okay, so if you see in the calendar picker, we have method on date change. Here we already connected it to this on date change. So copy this method name, and then here we just define here like this. Okay, so which is on date change. Now on date change method will take two parameters. One is date and other is type. So date will return the actual date, and type will return whether it's a start date or end date. So let me console it for you. So first I will just print date, and then I will print the type. Okay, and then save it, and inside the console we'll observe the output. So right now so don't worry, this is the previous and error. Now if I select 16, as soon as I select 16, you will see the date and the start date, and for the end date, if I select end date as a 18, you will see the type as a end date along with the date. Perfect, right? Now this start date and end date we need to store in one state. So here we'll say start date, then set start date is equal to use state, and constant end date set end date is equal to use state. And simply over here we'll set that to date. So obviously we'll write a condition if type is equal to start underscore date, then we'll set the start date as a date, or here we'll convert this into a moment and date. Okay, so make sure to import this moment library. So we'll just add import moment from moment, so it will convert into a proper date. Otherwise else we'll set the end date, because obviously if start date is not there, then it will be a end date. Okay, so these two date we saved it. Now on the click of this continue button, we need to calculate total number of days. So here we'll say total number of days user is traveling, obviously, which is nothing but end date dot the difference, and then the start date we have to provide, and on the what basis we want to calculate, with the basis of the dates. And right now let's console the total number of days. Now one more important thing, here I will check if start date and an end date, if it's there then only show it, otherwise or I can write like this: if start date and an end date is not there, then you can show some kind of toast message. So here we say toast android dot show, we'll say please select start and end date, and here I will again show toast dot android, and we'll say long and save it. Now if you see, if I try to click continue here, you will see the message please select start and end date, right? But if I go to this let's say July, and I select these 4 days and click continue, inside the console you will see the output. So inside the console you will see start date end date is selected and the total number of days is 3. But if you remember, we actually selected the 4 days, right? So simply you have to add +1 into this one, but the total nights is 3. Okay, so obviously user will stay 3 nights, but the complete travel is of 4 days. So this is very, very important. Okay, so that's how we can save it. Now this information, as you know, that similar like this traveler, right, where we use this context to store the information, same thing we're gonna do it here. So let's define the context first. So I will just copy this context from here, and then I will import this use context and create trip context, and on the continue we'll set the trip data and make sure that's correct, we are mentioning, yeah, and then here we'll add trip data first, comma, and then we'll add the travel dates. So here we'll say travel or we can just start date as a start date, and end date as an end date, and total number of days as total number of days +1 because we want to calculate basis of all the days which user is selected. Perfect, and I think we are pretty good in this one. And as soon as user have all the information, we want to navigate to the new screen that we will see in a moment, because we don't have new screen yet, which is the budget selection. Now once user select the travel dates, we're gonna jump on the budget page where user have option to select the budget between this cheap, moderate and luxury. So let's add a new screen first, and let me close all of the tab. Here I will add a new file. We'll say select budget.jsx, add the default template. Here I will just rename to select budget. Now here I will just add the navigation and all first. So let's go to this, let's select who is traveling, then some dates, and obviously we need to jump on the next page. So on the selection date, we'll use the router to navigate to the uh, this particular screen. So we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and then programmatically on the click of continue we will route it. So router dot push, and here we'll say create trip slash select budget. Okay, so on this button we'll just jumping on. So if I click continue, obviously we need to select the range, that's good, and click continue, and if you see I jump to the select budget page. Now let's define the navigation first, and inside the use effect we need to define the navigation options so that we can show the header. So here we'll say navigation dot set options. Inside that we'll say header shown as true, then header transparent as a true, then we'll say header title as a empty. Perfect. And for this view let's add a style. We'll say padding top to 25, or not padding, or it's a padding 25 and padding top to 75. And then for this text I will say just a budget. I will use style, we'll add a font family as outfit, bold, font size of 35, and font top, okay, margin top to 20. Perfect. Then I will add a view. Inside the view I will add a text, and here we'll simply say choose spending habit for your trip. So this text I will add a style, we'll say font family as outfit bold, then font size of 20. And for this view let's add some style, we'll use some margin top to 20. Now here we need to show the option. So as you remember, for the selected traveler, right, we have option inside our options constant, and here I added another list of options for the budget. So this need to be a budget, and here we added 3 options along with the title, description, and the icon in this case. Okay, so cheap, moderate, and luxury. Now this option we need to show over here. So as you know that we already have the option card, so we'll use that existing option card. So inside this view I will add a flat list. To this flat list we need to provide the data. So in this case our data will be select budget. I don't know what is the name of that one. Let me copy it from the options, which is select budget options. Make sure to import it. Then we have to render the item. So here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Now here we'll simply use or let's use the view only, and here we're gonna use the option card. So we'll say option card. Obviously we need to option card. Make sure to import this option card. So we'll say import option card from, and then we need to give the path which is from the component / create trip / option card. Perfect. Now to this option card we need to provide the option first, which is the item, and then also we need to provide the selected traveler. So in this case we gave the name as a selected traveler, okay, but obviously we need to change that one. So this is not the selected traveler, but here we'll say selected option. You can call it as a selected option, and here I will replace this with a selected option. Make sure to change that in the traveler. Okay, so here where we use the option card, this need to be a selected option. So that's perfect. Now inside the selected budget, I will use as a selected option, and we don't have any selected option yet, but let's define over here. So here we'll say selected option comma set selected option is equal to use 10 and save it. Now we have one error. Okay, so here we need to pass selected option, and if you see, we have this beautiful option as well. I think for this view we forgot to add the background color as colors dot white, and then height to 100%. Perfect. Over here I will give margin bottom or horizontal, or we can add vertical margin to 10. Perfect. And now we have this chip. Now if I select any of these, right, we need to set the value. So over here I will just convert this view to touchable opacity. So make sure you are importing from this React Native, okay, otherwise you might get error. And this here we'll press on press event, we'll say set selected option as the title. Let me check what we written inside the option card. So inside the option card we are comparing with the ID. Okay, let's define the selected the item only. Okay, so complete item we define. Let's save it, and if I select this from the moderate, see, is getting selected. Perfect. Now as soon as the selected option get changed, we need to update our context, right? So if you remember, obviously we need to define the context first. So let's define this context. I will import this context, and then inside the use effect, so here let's define the use effect, and here if the selected option change, we'll simply set the trip data as a dash 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 trip data comma, and then we need to add the budget, and here we'll say selected option dot title. Okay, so that's the budget name we will put it. Obviously this condition will only execute if we have selected option and end. Okay, and then save this one. Now obviously we can add the continue button, and on the continue as well we can select this particular thing. Okay, so let's add this continue button now. So I will copy this touchable opacity in selected budget. After this one we'll add this one. I think make sure to import this link and save it, and we have this continue button. Perfect. Obviously this continue button just navigate to the next page, because over here we already set everything, right? You can add an option whether user already selected any budget option or not. That is also important. So I mostly prefer not to use link, because we can add the optional, means the conditional field, right? So here I will add on press, and we'll say on click continue. Okay, so this method we will define over here. So constant on click continue, and here we'll check if selected option is not there. If selected option is not there, we'll just simply show a toast android dot show. We'll say select your budget as a toast message. Otherwise we can or here we'll return, otherwise you can just continue to the next page. So obviously here we'll define the router. So let's define constant router is equal to use router, and then router dot push and then we need to define that particular path. But right now we don't have new page to display it, which is the review page. So whatever we select, right, that particular things we're gonna display it on the screen before continuing. Okay, otherwise user has option to modify it as well, that what we are going to give. But for now I hope you understand this selection. And here if you see, we already have all the selection facility where user select the traveler, user can select the dates, then user can select the budget and all of these things. Now it's time to review your trip. So once user select all of this information, we're gonna show it before building the actual trip from the AI. So we'll show user which destination user selected with the traveler, the dates, budget and everything. And then on the click of this build map, we will build the trip from the AI. But before that, let's build this review your trip screen. So let's go back to our application, and inside this one we'll create a new page under this create trip, and we can call it as a review trip.jsx. Add the default template and then rename this to review trip and save it. Now inside this budget selection, right now we just need to navigate to the create trip slash review trip and save it. Now if I select the location, which is let's say Las Vegas, then I will select the traveler, let's say just me, then we'll select the date range, so when you want to travel, and then we'll select the budget, let's say moderate, and then click continue. Now over here we need to show the review trip screen. So first let's define the navigation is equal to use navigation, and then use effect, because we want to show the header with the back button, right? So here we'll say header not here, first we need to navigation dot set option, and inside that we'll set header shown as true. Then we'll set header transparent as a true, and then we'll set header title as empty, like this. Then for this view, let's add a style. We'll add the padding of 25, padding top to 75, the background color as colors dot white. So let's import the colors first. From the constant, and let's save this one. And last we need to give height to 100%. Now over here let's add a style. We'll give font family as outfit bold, then font size of 35, and simply we'll say review your trip. Perfect. Now one more text I will add it here, or let's do one thing here, let's go for margin top to 20, then we'll add a view. Inside that I will add text, and here we'll say before generating your trip, please review your selection. Obviously here I will add the style. We'll make font family as outfit bold and font size to 20. And for this view I will add margin top, let's say 20. Perfect. Now here if you see with this mockup, right, on the left hand side we show icon, and on the right hand side we will show the information. So for the icon I'm going to use this Ioni icons. So go to the filter, select the Ioni icon, and then select the location like this. So we'll use this location text. For the location, I will import it first, and then maybe inside the view only we'll add it. So I will add another view. Inside this we'll add this okay, we already added the import statement. So let's copy this component in order to add the icon. Okay, and other view to add the text information. So right now you will see this icon. Let's change this to, let's say, 34, and obviously for this view I'm going to add the margin top to, let's say, 20, and first text will say destination, and other text which will be the name of the destination. Right now, in order to display the name, first we need to get the context data. So because inside the context data we already have all the information, right? Whatever the user already selected. So in order to get this context data, we have to use context, and then the context name, which is the, I think I forgot the name. Create trip context. So it will be a create trip context. So obviously we need to import this one. I will just import it from the other component like this. And once we have this trip data, in order to get the information of the location, here we'll say let me just cross verify what will the name. So if you see in search place we use this, right? So set trip data, and which is the name, so which is under the location info. So here we'll say trip data dot location info dot name, and here you will see it's showing as a Las Vegas because that's what we selected. Now for this view I will make it as a display, as a flex, then we'll make flex direction as a row, so it will be in the one line, and then we'll do gap of, let's say, 20. Then for this text, let's add a style. We'll add font family as outfit, font size of 20, and for this text we'll add style, font family as outfit medium, and font size as 20. Here I will change the color to we'll change the color to colors dot gray, something like this. Okay, so for the destination, and this is the information. That's perfect. Then now here if you see we have this icon, right? Instead of that you can also use the text icon. For example, if I put the text, and inside this, if you see this text, I got it from the, it's just the emoji icon. Okay, so for the location, if you see, I just copy this one, and then if I paste it here, if I save it, you will see the destination. Obviously it will give you some colorful effect, and here I will change this font size to, let's say, 30, and boom, see how beautiful it's looking, right? Next let me remove this comment, and as you know that this is for the destination, so we'll say destination info. Now I'll copy this for the date selection. So here we'll say date selected info. For the date selected, I will change the icon for this calendar, and then here we'll say selected, or we say travel date, and over here let's see how we save, right? So if I go to this date selection, so where we have the start date and end date, right? Let's display the start date here first and save it. So right now we got an error, so let's save this one, and here we need to show trip data dot start date, right? And now I will just use this moment library. I will put this date into this moment, and then I will just format it according to our requirements. So I will want date and month like this. Okay, and if I save this one, you will see it's showing 11 July. Okay, here I will add a text 2. Okay, see it will show 2, and again I will add the moment. Inside that we'll add trip data dot end date. Okay, and then we want to format it to ddmmm. Maybe I will bring this down, so that will be good. Okay, so we just show start date and end date, and if you see it's showing 11 July to 13 July. And after this we will also write one more important thing. So I will add a bracket, and inside this bracket I will just add how many dates, because with that already we are storing it. Okay, so if you see we have this total number of days which we save when we select the dates. So trip data dot total number of days, here we'll say days. Here we can give some gap, I don't know. Okay, that's fine. We can fix it later on, or we can just add space like, I'm not sure whether we can add it or not. Okay, let's add space like this. Okay, so this is travel date 11 July to 13 July, and then it's a 3 days. Next, let me close this, and I think we can give more margin, let's say 25. Now let's copy this one and paste it for the family. Okay, so for the family I just added this bus kind of thing. This is the icon I added, and here we'll say traveler info. Now here we'll say who is traveling. So we have this beautiful bus, and here we obviously need to change everything, so I will just remove this one, and then we'll add trip data dot, and let me just check it what we saved in order for the traveler. So for the traveler we save it as a traveler only. Okay, so I think traveler has all the information, if I'm not wrong, right? So we just need to get the title of the traveler, which is the whether it's a family or it's couple kind of thing, right? So that's the reason we got this error. So here we can just say title. Okay, and then save it. Okay, so again I have to redo everything. Let's say just me, and then if I select continue, select the dates, continue, I will say cheap, continue, and boom, if you see who is traveling, just me. Okay, perfect. So that's how it works. And the last, so let me close this one as well, the budget. So here we'll say budget info. For the budget I have this icon, and it's an emoji, so this emoji will be look different on the different device. Okay, if you are using iOS, it's little different than Android. Now here we'll just simply say budget, and then the budget information. So if I go to this budget page and we just save it as a budget with the title is already there, and save it, and boom, if you see we have the budget, so it's kind of cheap. Okay. And at the last we need to show the button, so I will just copy this continue button, and then I will add it here. Make sure to import this touchable opacity. I will just comment this on press for now, and I think everything is here. Okay, so we don't need to do anything, but here we'll just rename this to build my tree. Perfect. Obviously we'll use some margin, so let's say 40, let's give 80, and over here as well for the first information I will give more space between this, and here we have review trip, the information, and then all of this detail, right? Obviously if you want user want to edit it, user will go back and then he will change this one. If you see I select this moderate, if I click continue, now the budget change to moderate. Not only that, but if you want to change the dates, or you want to change the, let's say you want to change family, then if you want to change date you can, and then select this option and boom. So that's how it works. And once user click on build trip, then the important magic will happen next, because with the help of this information we are going to build a trip with that AI. Okay, so that's what we are going to look next. Now as we build this review page, and it's time to generate the trip for us. But before that, as you know that AI generation will take a few seconds to generate the complete trip for us, and in the meantime we are going to show one page which showing that okay, please wait, we are building your trip, and some kind of loading animation. And obviously in the background we gonna run this prompt, along with we will connect that, or we will send this prompt to the Google Gemini AI model, and this Gemini AI model, once it generates the response, we gonna store that inside our Firebase Firestore database. Yes, so we are going to use Firebase to store our information, and once we store everything, then we will redirect it to the home screen with your new trip. And obviously once user click on that newly generated trip, then he can see all the details that we will mock up it after some time. But before that, let's build this particular loading page, and then we'll go from there. So right now I added this one of the plain GIF. Okay, so if you see, this is how it will look like. It's quite straightforward. Obviously you can get it from the asset folder, from the source code. The link I will keep in the description. Now if I go to this create trip and add a new file, here we'll add generate trip.jsx. okay, let's add a default template. Here I will just rename this generate trip and then save it. Now to this generate trip, right? As soon as I say, let me go back to this review trip. As soon as user click on the continue button, so or not continue, but in this case is a build my trip button, we want to navigate. So here I will add the I think we can directly route it, and we can route it to the next page. Okay, so let's add a router first. Let's define the router over here. Oh, so this need to be a router. Okay, so make sure you are importing from the Expo router, and then over here on the press we'll simply redirect it to router dot push, and then we'll push to create trip slash, and the next is generate trip, which is generating from AI. Okay, let's try it. So I will start with a new trip. In this case let's add a New York, or let's add New York. And once you add the New York, you can select the traveler, let's say couple, say continue. You can select the date range. I will select these 3 dates. Let's continue. Select the budget. I will select moderate, and then you can review the trip over here. Now once I click this build my trip, you will see it jump to the generate trip. Now if I go to the generate trip, here I will add a style. Obviously here we are not going to add a back button. Okay, this is very important. So even though if you write here replace, that will be good. Okay, so user will not go to the back previous screen. Then here we'll add a padding of 25, margin top to 75. Then also we're gonna add the background color as colors dot white, and then we'll add height of 100%. So okay, so this need to be padding top, not a margin. Perfect. Then over here we'll write please wait. For this one I will add a style. We'll add a font family as outfit bold, font size of 35. I will make this as a text align to be in the center, something like this. Then I will add this text again, but in this case I will write we are working to generate your dream trip. Okay, and obviously font size I will just give 20, and here I will give margin top, let's say 40, something like this. Here we'll say medium, that's look much better. And then next we want to show the image, which is our GIF. So I will use the image tag from the React Native. Then we'll add a source tag. As we are using the local assets, so I will use require, and here you need to give the path. So in this case is in assets folder. So assets slash images slash, and then you need to give the file name. So in this case images, and it's called plain.gif. So we can call plain.gif. Okay, let me close this one and make sure to close this tag as well. And if you see, we have this big image, but obviously we will need to give width and height. So here we'll give width of 100%, and then we'll give height, let's say 300. Okay, I think that's pretty good, but let's give 200. 300 is fine, but I don't know whether we want it in center or not. So here instead of that here we'll add object fit as a content, and here now you can change this size, let's say 200. Perfect, and that's look good. So, and also here we'll write one more text, do not go back. Here we'll say style, the font family as outfit, the color I will change this colors dot gray, but we'll also add our font size as well. Font size of let's say 20. Okay, and we'll make text align to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, so obviously it's working, and obviously we are telling user don't go back. And now this is our loading page. Now obviously over here we'll get the context data, which is trip data comma set trip data is equal to use context, and here we have create trip context. So from there we'll get the trip information. Now first we will generate the prompt, okay, which I already have. I will show you how it works, and we will go to this Gemini AI, okay, to get the API key. And then obviously we'll learn how to generate it, and then at the last, once we generate it, we'll learn how to save that in Firebase database as well. So in order to access this Gemini API, just go to this ai.google.dev/Gemini. Okay, let me show you directly over here. If I go to this ai.google.dev, you will find this site. Click on learn more about the Gemini API, and if you see, this is the official website from the Google only. The most important thing, this Gemini API is free to use. If I go to this pricing section, right, and if you see, we have the free of charge, so you can make 15 requests per minute with 1 million token per minute, and more than 1500 request per day. Okay, it's free of charge, and you will see there is no charge at all. But if you want to pay, means you want to add some request like 1000 requests, 2 million token per minute, you can set up billing for that one as well, and still it's a cheap. So let me go back, and here just click on this get API key. It will jump you to this Google AI Studio, okay, where you actually try to write a prompt and get the result however you want. Here if you see, when you click on this get API key, from here you will get the API key. I already have the API key, so I can use that one. But if you see right now, this particular plan is free of charge. Then click on this create new prompt and click chart prompt. Okay, now I already have one prompt, so I will just paste it here. Okay, and if you see, it's quite easy. So I'm telling to this prompt that generate tariff plan for the location. So here we'll pass our location with how many days, how many nights for the family. Okay, so here we'll pass for who is traveling and all. We can say budget here as well, so I added as a luxury budget with the flight details, then flight price, the booking URL, also I'm getting the hotel information, then hotel address, the price and all, and geo coordinates, everything I'm telling to this particular prompt. Obviously this prompt you can get it from the source code. Okay, and then at the last and most important, I want the data inside through this JSON format. Okay, so it will give me the result in the JSON format only. Now if I try to run this one, if I click run, you will see we got the response in a JSON format. Right here you will see the flight details with the airline, okay, with all the information, when you departure date, time, arrival time, the price of this particular flight, because we selected the budget as a luxury, so it give the luxury budget as well, and the booking URL for that one. Again you will see the hotel list, okay, along with the coordinates and all of this information, and it will give you the couple of options. Okay, again we selected the budget as a luxury, that's why I give the premium hotels, if you see, and then your plan. Now here you will see the day one plan, the schedule, what will be the schedule, so on the time, your activity, what will be the activity, and all of these things. For the next time, what will be the activity, and so on. Okay, so here we'll see, if you see at 12 o'clock you can lunch, at 2 o'clock you can visit this museum art, 5 o'clock you have this particular task, and blah blah blah. Right, we have day 2 plan, and yeah, I think 2 days of plan, and I think that's perfect. Right, so that's how you will get the result, and this result will get in the form of JSON. Note this, that this information we're going to store inside our database first, and then whenever user want, you can just fetch it from the database, not the every time from the AI prompt. Okay, perfect. Now in order to integrate this one, first we need to get the API key, so I will just say okay for this, and I already have the API key, so I will just copy this one, and inside your application, go to this .env.local file or .env file. Here we'll add expo underscore public underscore Google Gemini API key is equal to, and paste this API key. Next, if I go to this prompt, and if you see at the top we have this option called get code. Okay, and this obviously we are using JavaScript, and this is the code in order to add it. It's quite simple, don't worry. First thing, you need to install this generative AI SDK from the Google. So open a terminal and paste this, so it will install the generative AI inside your application. Once it installs successful, now just copy all of this code. Okay, I will just click on this copy button, and then inside I will save this file, and inside the config folder I will create a new folder, will say AI model.js, and then paste it here. Okay, now little bit we're gonna modify this one. So obviously we don't want this comment, I will just remove this, Okay, then we need to provide here the API key, right? So I will just copy this environment variable name and I will paste it here because it's already accessing from the process.env and the API key. This API key we pass to this Google Generative AI, okay, and this is the reference of that one. Now this is the model name that this Gemini 1.5 Flash model we are using. If you want to use Pro model, you can use that one, but that is paid. So Flash is quite good. Next, this is the config. Okay, so here if you see we have the response mime type as a plain. So here we can change it to the JSON. Here we'll just replace this to application slash JSON because we want the output in a JSON format. Then we don't want this function, so I will just remove this function and obviously no function call, and here we'll just export this chart session. Okay, and for this chart session we can use that so in any other component or page, right? So right now I just commented this one because this particular line of code we want to use it. Now let's save this one and go to this generate trip. I think that's right? I think I forgot. Yeah, now it's good because I just remove this somehow. Now over here I will write a method, we'll say constant generate AI trip, the arrow function like this, and then I added the prompt inside our options. So if I go to this constant options, if you see we have this AI prompt. Now I'm going to change little bit. So if you see we have this location, I will replace this as a percent location, or we can just add location inside this curly braces. So when for this string we can just replace it with the actual location. For one day here we'll say total time, sorry, total day. Here we'll say total night. Okay, and if you see I put the curly braces so that when you want to replace it we can just replace it with this. Then the traveler, here we'll say budget, and I think that's all. But at the end again here we'll say total days and total night. I think that's all. Total days, I just making sure it's a day, so we'll make days and total night. Let's save this one, and now this AI prompt we're gonna use over here. So simply what we are going to do, we'll write constant final prompt is equal to AI prompt. Make sure to import it from this constant options dot replace. Now we have to replace a lot of information, right? So we'll do one by one. First we'll replace this location with the actual location. So here we'll say replace this with, and then we have to give the with what we want to replace, which is the trip data dot let me get this information because we use in review trip, right? So this is location. Okay, so this information we want, which is where user is going, right? So that information we want to display. So I will close this one like this. Okay, then again we'll again replace it, and let me open options, that will be easy for me. Yeah, then we want to replace total days with this total days with trip data dot total number of days. I will just make sure from this review tree whether it's correct or not. So total number of days, that's perfect. Okay, then we want to use total number night, which is number of days minus 1. Again we want to replace the traveler. So traveler with the who is traveling, right? So it's a couple, family, friends, and then we have to use the, I think, type, yeah, this one, traveler dot title. So I will just copy this one like this, and the last is budget. So I'll copy this. Oops. We'll say budget with budget only. Perfect. And now obviously we'll console this final prompt. So we'll console the final prompt, and this generate trip we're gonna use inside the use effect. So here we'll just call this generate trip whenever we have the trip data. We'll make sure the trip data is available through the context, and then we'll call this generate trip. Now let's save this one and let's see inside the console. So if you see, it's saying generate travel plan for the London location. So this is the location which we selected, for how many days we want, and your budget, the moderate budget, who is traveling, so for a couple, and all of this information. That's perfect sound. But here I think somewhat me miss. So if you see the total days and total night, again I think we need to update this one. So here I just added two more value, so total days and nights, and I think that works perfectly fine. Okay, and now we have this proper prompt. Now if you want to run this prompt, let's copy this prompt and just run it here. So if I go and paste it here and run it, you will see a proper output. So with the hotels, their rating, the information, then we have the, I think there are a lot of hotels. Okay, no, so then we have the, let me check, okay, place nearby and all of this. Right now obviously I'm going to tune this little bit, okay, so that we'll get a fine output every time. So obviously this prompt I will put it inside the source code, so you can obviously access every time. Now once you generate this one, right, this particular information you can use it to generate your upcoming responses. This is very important, right? If I go to this get code, and you will see under this model start chart, right, under the history they added this information, because whenever next time you want to generate the information, it will take the help of the previous information, and then it will simply generate the similar response next time. So I will copy that particular response, and simply if I go to this AI model.js file, under the history I will paste this line of code. Okay, as simple as that. And then let's save this one. Now once it's ready, just copy this line of code, and inside the generate trip, right, once we have the final prompt, I will paste it here. Okay, oops, sorry. So, and another thing, obviously we are using await, so we'll this make this function as a async, or method as a async, and here this chat session we need to import from this AI model. Okay, this is important. Then inside this send message we need to send our own prompt, which is this final prompt, and inside this result.response.text you will get the actual response. So let's save this one and let's test this out, and inside this console you will see the result. Obviously it will take some time because it will load it first. Okay, so we can do one thing, we can just use the loading indicator. So we'll use state call, say set loading comma set loading is equal to use state. We'll make this as a false first, but when the generate trip start, we'll set the loading as a true, and when the generate trip is finished, obviously this particular we'll get the response, we'll set the loading as a false. And let's save this one. And now okay, we got one error that right operand in object is JSON is, okay, something is not correct over here. So let's see what's the issue. So we are getting this error because we incorrectly copy this history. We copy from this Python. So obviously make sure you are copy from the JavaScript, and if you see in the JavaScript we have the parts, and inside that we have this text. So I want to copy this second response, like this, and then save this one. Okay, as soon as you save it, and if I go over here, if you see, this is our prompt. Okay, and inside this generate trip, as soon as we have the prompt, and if you see over here, we got this response as well. Okay, so obviously it will take few seconds. Now as soon as we got the response, we will simply navigate to the home page. So here I will define the router. So here we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and then we want to navigate it. So here we'll say router dot push, and then we want to navigate to home page. But let me check the tab name is correct. So this will be my trip, actually my trip. Okay, and you can also define the tabs and then my trip. We'll check this out in a moment. So for example, let me come in this code, and if I save this one, I just want to check that we are jumping to that particular page. Yeah, if you see, I jump to that particular page. Perfect. If I go back now, I'm going back to this particular page. If I do save it, it will jump it. Perfect, it's working. But before that, I want to store this information in our database. Correct. So as soon as once we have the result, right, I am committing this result, otherwise it will send and request every time to the AI model. Okay, so once we have the code, then we can store that one. Now over here, we want, as I told you, with the help of Firebase, we'll store this information. So let's go to this Firebase console. As you know that you already created the application, right? So let me check this AI travel planner application. We already have this one. And if I go to this Firebase database on the left hand side, right, make sure to enable this one. So right now I already have this database, multiple database, but you will see you have option to add a new database as well. But for that one, you have to enable the billing. So we'll just keep to enable the billing, and here we'll create a new collection. Inside the collection, we'll say user trip and click next. Here you can add the document ID or anything else, right? But this insert statement we need to execute from the application side. Also, if you go to this rule tab, okay, make sure for now you will allow the read and write as a true. Okay, so make sure to enable this as a true, and obviously this usage you will see how many usage you did it, the read and write operation and everything. But as I say, make sure to enable this Firestore database. Now if you never use the Firebase query or anything, just go to this Firebase and just write add document. Okay, you will see the documentation for the Firebase. It will show you how to add a data to the cloud Firestore. Okay, and it's quite simple. If you see, first thing we need to initialize this Firestore. So let's go back to the Firebase config. So like now I will just save this one. I will just router push. I will also I will return back, and over here let me close this one, and inside this config folder where we have this Firebase config, here I'm going to define database. Okay, and using get Firestore. Okay, so obviously it's not getting, so we'll just copy this one. I will paste it here, but I want to export it so that we can use it throughout the application, and then simply make sure to import this get Firestore over here and then save. Okay, next if I scroll down little bit, this is a simple example that how you can set the document. Okay, in a moment we will do that one, but first thing, now where you want to execute. So over here we want to execute it, so simply we'll say await set doc, and if you see this set doc is importing from this Firebase Firestore, then we have to provide the database. This DB reference we need to import it, because if you see according to document, after this set doc, okay, obviously we have the doc and then we have the db. So let's define that one. So we have the doc first from the Firebase Firestore, then we have the db. This db we will import it, and then we need to provide this collection name and then document id. Okay, so here we have the collection name, you can use user trips, and then a document id. So document id, here we will generate a unique document id every time. So here we'll say doc id, and simply I will get date dot now. Okay, so it will return a timestamp, and I will just convert this into a toString. So obviously document need to be a string format, and this doc id I will use it because every time it will be a unique document id. Then inside this we need to set the information as simple as that. So inside this bracket we need to set this information. So first thing, who created this particular trip? So user's email we need to be there, so we'll say user email, and obviously we'll write the email id, so that we can get it from the Firebase authentication. So here we say constant user is equal to auth. Again, this auth we need to import it, so let's import auth as well as db. So this need to be in curly braces from, and here we'll give the path. So this is inside the config slash Firebase config, and from the auth we'll get the current user. And for database we already imported this one. Now here we'll say user dot email, and from there we'll get the user's email. And after this one we need to store the trip data. Okay, we can call trip data, and this trip data is nothing but the response that which we are getting from this result. Okay, but we will convert this response into a JSON format. So here we'll say constant trip response is equal to result dot response. So we'll just copy this one, and then let's convert it, or we'll pass this to a JSON. Okay, like this, or you can save it as a string, and when you want to fetch you can pass once it fetch, and then put it here. Okay, and that's all. And once we have the result, so here we'll say constant result is equal to, and here we'll say if result is instead of result we can call different result underscore, because here also we are having the result. So we'll say result underscore is true, then we want to navigate it, so we'll just push it to the home screen. Perfect, I think everything is good. Here I will uncomment this one, and let's test this out. Okay, and let's save it. Now as soon as I save this one, I think hopefully it will get execute. And if you see we got the result, but is it not route? Maybe we will not use this one anyhow. We use this await over here, right? And then, but the thing is, right, if I go back to our Firebase, you will see the new collection called user trips, and inside that we have this document, and boom, we have this trip data, the who, enter this one, so the user's email id, and the trip information in the form of JSON. See, it has a flight information, it has a hotel information, itinerary information, and the location and travelers. So inside the itinerary you have the day 1, base time, plan, and geo coordinates, and lot of other things. Now if you see, along with this information we can store a little bit more information, like the total days, total nights, budget, and everything. Okay, because this information along with the AI response is important to store it. So simple, here we say start date as a, and we just copy this existing one. So start date is nothing but where it is, oops, so it will be a trip data dot start date, then end date will be the trip data dot end date, Or we can do one more thing, instead of writing one by one, right? Once we have this trip data, or instead of trip data, we can change this one, trip plan, and then here we'll say trip data. Okay, and inside the trip data we'll just use our trip data from the context. Okay, so we have user email, trip plan means the response which we get from the AI. So here we'll say AI result, and here we'll say user selection data, and here result. Okay, and this is simple user email. I think this is pretty good. Now let's save this one and let's test this out. So right now if you see, it's loading, and obviously as soon as we get the result, it will redirect it to the home screen. Okay, so if you see, we got the data, but we have one error as well. So let's see what's the issue. So it's saying set doc call invalid data, unsupported value. So I think some error, I don't know what's the issue inside. Maybe we have the error inside this trip data only. So if you see, the error is inside this trip data dot start date, because it is in the form of number, and it's difficult to save that much bigger number, right? So another thing, you can just convert this into, or you can say JSON dot stringify, and by this one you can just convert it into a string, and if I save it now, it will save it as a string only. And if you see, it's redirected to the home screen, because now if I see the second document, here we have the trip data which is quite smaller. That's the reason I converted into a string. But in the trim plan you will see complete plan. Okay, so under the trip plan we have travel plan, and then we have the budget, duration, and all of these things. Perfect. And obviously user email, obviously anything else if you want to add, we can add it anytime. Like if you want to add the date when it created and everything, you can just add that one also. Okay, one more important thing I think I forgot to add is the ID of the document. Okay, so here I will make sure to we will also add the users sorry, the document ID. So here we say doc ID as a doc ID. So that's how you can generate it. Now let's try to create a complete new trip. So I will click start new trip. Here I will give let's say Goa, India. Very nice place. And I will select the traveler with the friends. Then you can select the dates. I will select these three dates. Let's say click continue. Select the budget. We'll select the chip, and then you will see, or you can review the trip. Okay, if you want to make a change, just go back and make the change. Now let's click build trip, and then let's wait to generate this trip. Okay, and as soon as it generate, it will it's supposed to navigate, and if you see, it's jump to the home screen. Okay, so it takes some time. It depends on how much data you are trying to access it. Okay, I was just testing here something. And also make sure to remove this trip data from this use effect as well as condition. Otherwise, every time when you are trying to change some trip data, it will get execute this use effect as well. Okay, so that's quite weird. And let's test out inside database. So inside database, if you see the last record, we have the trip data, and then we have this travel plan. So it's 3 days 2 night. Here you will see the flight ticket as well if you want to go. Also here you will see the address of the hotels. I think, yeah, this is a hotel's address. Then this is the another, I don't know what's that, but we need to check. Yeah, another hotel with the address and all of this information. The day one, we have the plan and lot of things. And obviously don't worry, because everything now we gonna display it on the home screen. So whatever the trip plans you created, we're gonna show under this my trips. Now once we save everything and we are redirecting to this my trip page, at the very latest one, we are going to show the trip information with a big card, and then all other trips we can show in a small card. So right now if you see on the my trip section, if the trip is not there, then we are showing this start new trip button. Okay, but if trip is there, then we are not showing that one. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to fetch the data from the Firebase. And if you go to this Firebase documentation, you will see to option to get multiple documents from the collection. So let's go back to our home screen, which is this my trip screen. Obviously, let me close all of this tab first, and under this my trip we need to fetch the data. So here I'm going to write one method called constant get my trips, the arrow function, and inside here first thing we need to write the query. So we'll say constant query is equal to, or you can just say Q for now. We'll say query from this Firebase Firestore. Then inside that we need to write a collection. Then we need to write a DB reference. So let's import the DB reference. So import DB from, and then you need to give the path of this Firebase config. After this, we need to write the collection name. As you know that the collection name, which is nothing but this user trips. So we'll simply write user trips. Okay. Then here we write the where condition, because we just need to fetch the document where the username matches with the current login user name. So over here we'll say where user email, yeah, that's the user email actually, not a username. So user email matches. So here if you see, we have this equal to sign with the current user. Now in order to get the current user, it's a user is equal to auth dot current user, and then we'll just get user dot email. Okay, like this, and then we have this now query. After this, as this query, we have to write the snapshot from this query. So if you go to this documentation, once we write this query, we need to get the documents from which we can call it as a screen query snapshot, and then in for loop you will get the data. So here we'll say constant query snapshot is equal to await, and here we'll say query dot get docs. So let's make sure that's correct. Sorry, it's a get docs query. So this need to be a get docs because it's a multiple documents, and then the query we need to pass. Let's make this as a string because we are using await, and then simply we'll write query snapshot dot for each, and here we'll say a document, or you can just copy this line of code. See, so I'll just copy this one. This will be better like this. Okay, so and now it will print all the documents. Now this get my trips we need to call inside the use effect. So whenever we have the user information, then only we'll call this get my trips. So here we'll say user and then save this one. Now if I go over here, and you will see we got all the information. Okay, let me print this out more carefully. So, and if you see now, I just refresh it, and here is the document ID, and then we have all the information. Perfect. Now we need to store this in one state. So here we'll say constant trip list, or okay, we already have this user trip defined, so we don't need to define again. So here we'll just set the user trips, which is the we can just say user, or we'll say previous. Obviously we want to use previous data along with this doc.data. Okay, one more important thing, that whenever we want to add new information, make sure to set this user trips as empty. Otherwise every time when you save it, right, or refresh it, it will get added inside this one, and save it. Now one more important thing I want to set, which is the loading state. So here I will say set loading is equal to use state, and we'll make it false initially, but as soon as we have this get my trip, we'll set the loading as a true, and once we have all the data, we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, also before this view, I can add the condition. If loading is true, then I want to show the activity indicator from the React Native. Activity indicator is nothing but the loader. Okay, so it has the property called size. You can mention large or whatever you want, and then save it. Now if you see, we have that beautiful loading indicator. Also you can mention the color. So in this case I will give a colors dot primary color and save it. Now if you saw that activity indicator over there, right, you can just place this above the start. I think that's good. Yeah, perfect. Next, over here right now we have the user trips, and inside, in order to display the user trips, we can add it after this one. So for that one I'm going to use a component. So we'll add that under this component folder under my trip, and we can call it as a user trip list dot jsx. Add the default template, and here simply we'll add user trip list and save it. Now you will see the text called user trip list. Next, over here, right, to this component we need to pass the user trip information. So here we'll just simply say user trips, and we'll pass as a user trips. Copy this name, and inside the user trip list accept it here as a prop so that we can use it. Now as I told you, the first thing, our first component will be the bigger one. Okay, so let's add that, or we can just display over here. Okay, so let's add it. So first thing, let's add one view. Inside this view we'll add image tag, then source. So for now I'm going to show the local image, but later on we will display the actual image of the location. Okay, that need a Google Photo API to be integrated, but right now for this purpose, just for this add this particular card, I will use the local image. So inside this asset folder I already have this I think placeholder.jpeg. Okay, so here in order to use local variable, let's use require. Then inside that, let's give the path of that particular file, which is inside the assets, images, and the file name and the extension, and save it. Now you will see this file name is quite big, right? So obviously we'll use width and height. So here we'll say style, we'll give width of 100 and height of 100. So obviously we want the full size, so we can give 100%. And then let's give a little bit more height. Let's say 300. 300 is too much. Let's say 240. Okay, and here I will set object fit. Let's say cover. It's already cover, I think. Let's say content. Let's see how it looks. I think I will just go with the default one, which is cover. Okay, then I will also add a border radius. Let's add border radius of 15. Perfect. And for this view I will add a margin top to 20. Perfect. Now below that we need to add the location details. So after this view I will add another view, and inside that we'll add a text. And obviously, as you know, that we need to only show the first element, right? So here we'll say user trips of 0 dot name. Make sure the from the data which is the correct. So inside this trip data we have this information, right? But we need this convert this trip data into JSON format first. So now here we can get the location using this trip plan. So under the trip plan we have the travel plan, which is generated from the AI, and at the bottom you will see every time we will get the location information. Okay, so that's what we wanted. So here we'll say user trip. From that we will get the first element. Then we have the trip data, So if you see the trip plan, and then we have the travel plan. Okay, so this need to be a trip plan dot travel plan dot location, and make sure it's optional so it will not get any error, and then save it. And if you see, it's come as a location. Perfect. Then for this text I will add a style. We'll set a font family as outfit, medium, then font size will change this to 20, little bit bigger. Perfect. For this view I will add a style, and for now let's add margin top to 10. Perfect. After this we will add the date and then who is traveling. Okay, now in order to display the dates as well, right? First, in order to get date, we will use this constant latest trip, and then from the user trip data, which is this particular string, right? We need to convert this into a JSON, and I'm only converting the first element into the JSON by using this JSON parse, so that we can use this latest trip. So here I will simply use latest trip dot start date and then save it. And if you see, we have the date, but let's format this date. So for that one we will use this moment library. So whatever date you want to format, pass that particular date to that one, and then let's say format. So I want dd yyyy format, and let's save it, and boom, if you see, the date is now changed. I will also add some style. Here we'll say font family as outfit, and then font size of, let's say, 17. After this we can add the who is you are traveling with, that information also we can add it here. So here we'll say text, and then inside this one let's add this bus icon, and then over here we'll just simply get the information using the let me go back to our response. And if you see here, we also have the number of people who is traveling, but if you see, we have the travelers information. Okay, so you can use any of these, because here as well you have this traveler information. Okay, so I will use this latest trip dot traveler dot I think the name, I don't know what it's called, which is the title. So it's called title, so just use as a title and then save it. And if you see, it's come at just me. Perfect. Let's add style to this one. So font family as outfit, and font size is of 17. Perfect. Okay, if you want to bring this in one line, that will be good actually. So instead of just showing out over here, I will add like this, but obviously we need to give some gap. So let's add a span tag and define inside this one. I don't know whether span tag, okay, span tag will not work. Let's add a text tag inside this text. Okay, and it's loading. Perfect. And for this text tag you can just mark, okay, that we want a margin left to 10. I don't know whether why it's not working. Wow. So, or let's keep it as it is for now. Let's see how it looks. And on the right hand side we'll just simply will show the button. Also for this one I will add the font, not font but color, as colors dot gray, and for this one as well. Okay, now on the right hand side I just want to show the button, or we can show below to this one as well. Let me do one more important thing. Let's add a view to this particular text, and then for this view we'll add a style. We'll mark it as a display as a flex. We'll make flex direction as a row, so it will be in one line, and then we'll add justify content space between, so it'll be on the right hand side, and I think this is much better. Also we'll add margin top to 5, some space. Okay, and below that we can add the button. So below this one, maybe inside this view only, we'll add a button, not button but the touchable opacity. Inside that we'll add a text and we'll say see your plan. Now let's add some style. So here we'll add a background color as colors dot primary, then we'll give a padding of 15, border radius is of 15, and we'll add margin top to 10. Okay, for this text we'll add a style, we'll add a color which is important, so we'll say color dot white, and then we'll make it text aligned to be in the center, and font family as outfit medium. We'll change the font size little bit to, let's say, 15, little bit bigger, and then we have this beautiful section where you can see the plan. Okay, so this is just for the latest plan. But now if you have any more plans or a trip plan which you created, that we can show inside the flat list below to this trip as well. Now simply here we can use a flat list, or just we can iterate the data. So let's try to iterate the information. So here I will say use trips dot map. Here we'll say trip comma index and the arrow function. Now inside this view we can either create a new card or a new component for this to show this particular card. Okay, but before that let me show you the trip information. So if I type trip dot, let's say, user email, because every record has a user email, and if you see we have the 2 trip data and that information is showing on the screen. Perfect. But let's create a new card. So inside this my trip only we'll say user trip card dot jsx, and then add a default template. Here it will accept the trip information, and instead of this view you can just directly use user trip data, user trip card, and to this one we need to pass a trip as a trip and the index, key as an index. Here I will change this to small t over here as well. Now inside this view we want to show the image first, so we'll add an image tag. Right now again I'm showing image from the local only, so here we need to be a require from the assets slash images slash placeholder dot jpeg. So for if I save this one, let's save it, and you will see the big image. But let's give width and height. So here we'll give width of 100, height of 100. Perfect. For this particular view I'm going to add margin top to 10. Let's add more margin. Next I will add a view. Inside the view let's add a text and let's show the name of the trip, means the location of, right? So here we can add a trip dot, and obviously in order to get I will just use this one, so which is the so trip plan dot travel plan dot location, and save it. Boom. If you see we have the one is for Las Vegas and another is for the New York. Then another text we want to show for the date, and there is another one, right? So for that one, so we'll use this one. So let me paste it here, but instead of this latest trip we'll use, obviously I think we need to convert in order to show the start date of the trip. So simply there are a couple of ways that we can do it. First we will define a method called constant format data, and to this format data will pass the trip information. Okay, so obviously I will pass only this information. So here we'll say format data. From this format data we pass the trip information, not only trip but we also want trip and then the trip data. Perfect. So trip dot trip data, and from here I will get the I will just return it the data. Here we'll say the JSON dot pass, and we'll pass the data, whatever data user return. And once we get this data, we'll just use a start date from it. If I save it, okay, so we have the error. Make sure to import this moment library. So I will import this moment from moment, and save it. Now if you see, now we have the date as well. Perfect. And the last we want the, I think, let me check what we, okay, so we want traveler title like this. So right now it's showing invalid because we don't want the moment and all, just we want the title. Perfect. And just me, and there is another one below that. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this view, we'll make it display it as a flex. We'll make flex direction as a row, and we'll give gap of 10. Perfect. We'll make align item to be in the center, so it will be vertically center. Now for this text, let's add style. So here we'll say a font family as outfit medium, then font size of 20, is that 18. And for this text we'll add a style, font family as outfit, then font size of, let's say, 40. And we'll also change the color to colors dot gray. Same style I will also apply to this second text. Perfect. And here I can try like something like this, traveling, and then just me kind of thing. Perfect. And we have this beautiful information. For this image I will add the border radius to be 15, and let's give some more margin, let's say 20. Okay, and on the click of that one, obviously user can navigate to see the details that we will implement later on. But until this point, I hope you understand how easily we integrated this particular functionality. Also, one more important thing that we need to add, we need to convert our my trip to be a scrollable. So if I go to this my trip tab page, here instead of this view, we'll just simply change to this scroll view from the React Native. Okay, so now if the list go beyond this point, you can able to scroll it. Now in order to replace this image with the actual image, right, just go to this Google Place photo. Okay, and if you see, if you pass this photo reference to this particular API URL along with this API key, then you can get the image. Okay, but this photo reference in our case is already inside our this trip data, and if you see inside under this location info, we have this photo reference. Okay, so we'll use that one only. So let's go back to our application, inside the VS Code, and over here I'm going to create a method called constant, or instead of directly we can use it actually. Okay, so we don't need to add anything. Here I will just add one condition. I will put a latest trip dot location info dot photo reference. If it's there, then I will show the actual image. Okay, so here I will add the image tag with the source, but here we need to provide the URI because we are fetching from the URL. Otherwise, let's show this particular image. Okay, now inside this URI, we need to pass this particular URL. So this photo, oh, I don't know where, yeah, this particular URL. Okay, so copy everything as it is and then simply paste it here. Now instead of this API key, let's replace it with this process.env dot and this our Google Map API key. And for the photo reference, let me clean this out. So we'll replace this photo reference with our latest trip dot location info dot photo reference. Okay, now if I save this one and go back to our application, right now it's not showing anything. Let me just verify the field name. So it's a location info and inside that we have photo ref. So location info dot photo ref, it look like it's correct. And along with this, it's not showing because we need to provide the style as well. So style, I will keep the similar one which we display for the placeholder. And boom, if you see, now we have this beautiful image for us. Okay, same thing, I will just copy this, all of this information, not everything, but let's copy this image tag for now. And then inside our user trip card, I will replace this with our own image. So if you see over here, we have this image tag with this all the information. Only thing, instead of this latest trip info, here we'll replace it. So first I will format the data. So over here we need to format the data which is our trip data. And then so here I pass the trip data, make sure, and obviously if you see it's not showing correctly because the style which we applied is incorrect. So I will just replace with our own style. Perfect. And boom, if you see how beautiful it's looking, right? Perfect. And not only that, but if you see, we added the scroll view and now we are able to scroll it as well, and we have all the important details we will need. Okay, so that's how with the help of photo reference you can just display the image. In this chapter we are going to display a trip detail information, where on the click of this my trip, right, we're gonna navigate to a new screen where we are going to show all the trip information. So if you see this mock-up at the top, we have this image where you are planning to go. So for example, in this case, let's say Las Vegas. So Las Vegas image we are going to display over here. Then when you are planning the traveling, some basic information we will show. Then after that, we want to show a flight information if we have any flight information for that one. Then we're going to show recommended hotels. So we have a couple of options for the hotel that we can give and user can select it, and some basic information about that one too. Then another thing that we will divide a day 1 or day 2, and depends on that one we will show the best place to visit, right? And along with the time, some basic information, the map link, and a lot of other things. But as once we started designing this page, then we will design one by one section. But before that, let's create a new route. So inside this app folder, we'll create a new folder and we can call it as a trip detail. Okay, so inside this trip detail, I will just add index.jsx file and then add the default template. We can call it as a trip details. Okay, and then save it. Now whenever I click on any of this particular trip, we should navigate to this trip detail page. So let's go to this my trips component where we have the user trip card and user trip list. Inside this one, we'll create a router. So we'll say constant router is equal to use route. And then let me save this one. and whenever we click on this particular or in this case we'll click on the see your plan, and it will navigate to the new screen. So where we have this see your plan, here we have this touchable opacity. We'll connect this on press event, and then we'll go to this router dot push. Okay, so I think we need to add the router, not the route only. So make sure you are importing from the Expo router, and then we have the router dot push, and inside this we need to provide the route. And here simply inside the brackets we're gonna add our path, because we want to send some data from this screen to the next screen, right? So here we'll simply say path name, then we have to give the complete path name. So in this case it's a trip details. That's all right, because it's a index.jsx file. Just make sure the trip details, yeah, the folder name is correct. And then after give the comma, and here you need to pass the params. Okay, so you can pass the param like this. Here we'll say trip data as, or you can say just trip, and we can pass the trip information. So in this case we can pass so user trip. So here we'll say user trip list. Okay, let me not this one, because we just we need, because this is the just a first item, right? Then we need to only part of first item, yeah, user trips of 0, and then save it. Okay, now if I click on this see your plan, see it navigating to a trip detail page. Perfect. So let's go to this trip detail page, and first thing we want the back button. So we'll add the navigation is equal to use navigation, and then inside the use effect we will set the options for this navigation. So here we'll say navigation dot set options, and inside that we'll say header shown to be true, then header transparent to be true, and then header title need to be empty, like this. Then first thing we need to show the image. Now here whatever the value we pass from this router, right, we need to get it inside this trip detail, so that we can just display it. So we don't need to make one more API call to fetch the data, right? We can use the existing information. Now here one more important thing, here we passing the parameter, just convert this object into a string, okay, while sending it, because we have a little complex object and it's better to convert it into a string. And inside here we'll use constant trip, because we destructurize it, and then we'll just use local search params. Okay, now if you want to console this one, right, we'll just pass the information, and then we'll just print it out inside the console. And now if you see, we got all the information. Okay, perfect, along with the doc id, trip data, and all other things. Now let's save this in one state. So we'll say constant trip data comma set trip data is equal to use state. I think we'll say trip details, that will be good. And then we have empty, and over here we'll just, instead of console, we'll set the trip details. This need to be a details with I, and save it. Now once we have this trip information, first thing let's add the image. So here we'll say image source, and if you remember, we use the image from the to show from the Google with the help of the photo reference, right? So we'll use the same source code, this particular image. So I will use copy that, and here I will just paste it. Make sure to import this image. Now inside this photo reference, right, we need to format the data first, because this is a string. So I will also copy this line of code to format the string object into a JSON, so that we can directly use this one, right? Location info.photo reference. I think this is pretty good. Let's save this one. Okay, so we have one error saying just one parse of data. So obviously this need to be data dot trip data. So this need to be a trip data, or sorry, trip details dot data, and let's check it out now. So we'll open this one. So still we have the error. Let's see. Okay, we'll remove this tile. Obviously we want a width of 100%. Let's save it. Okay, so I just refresh it. Okay, so everything was good. I'm not sure what was the issue, but now it's good. We have to make sure that we'll get the trip data. So sometimes we have to write condition if trip data is there, then only execute this one. Also we'll change the height, and let's add a height of 400. Oh, let's say make it 300 and 330. Okay, that will be good. So next I'm going to remove this border radius from here. I will just keep like this. After this I will add one view. Inside this view we'll add a text, and then inside this one we'll add the trip details dot, and if you remember, just I'm checking the location name that we can get it from the trip plan. Okay, so here we'll say trip plan dot location, and then save it. So I don't know why it's not showing over here. So inside that we have actually travel plan, and if you see, now we have the location. Now for this view we'll add a style, we'll add a padding of 15, and then we'll add a background color as colors dot white, and then also we'll make height of 100%. Okay, now just quick modification here. I will give a margin top to 30, for example. Oh sorry, minus 30 will give, and then I will change the corner of the top corner radius. So here we'll say top left radius to be 15, or let's make it 30, and see how beautiful curve we get it. Okay, and behind that we have image, that kind of illusion kind of thing we are giving. And same thing we'll do border top right radius to be 30, like this. Perfect, right? You can add more curve if you want. I will keep as it is. After this, inside that we have the text. I will change the font size. We'll make it font size of 30. Oh, 30 is too much. Let's make it 25. Then we'll make font family as outfit bold, and then save it. After this text I will add another text, and here we need to add the start date and end date. Okay, so this start date end date we can get it from here. Okay, where we have this moment format data. I will use existing text. I will just paste it here. Okay, where we need to import this moment first. So let's import this moment from moment, and then here we have to make sure it's a trip details. So this need to be a trip details dot trip data. That's correct, right? Yeah, and then we have the start date, and that's what we formatted, right? Let's save it and let's see 4th July. Same thing I will copy again. Okay, and in this case we want end date, so we'll put end date, but we want these two things in one line. Here I will make this 18, and here as well 18, and for this text I will add a view like this. Okay, so that we can bring this in one line. So here you can use style. We'll make a display as a flex, then we'll make flex direction as a row because we want in one row, and we'll give gap of 5, something like this. Okay, here we can add dash. Perfect. Okay, now here we have actual dates. On the right hand side we can show the bus icon and who is traveling kind of thing, right? So let me go over here. Then from this user trip list, right, where we have this bus kind of thing, I will just copy it and then I will paste it, inside this trip detail page. So we have the latest trip. Okay, so we don't have the latest trip information, but we can use this format date to get the information. So I will say location info dot traveler. Let's see. Okay, so we have the error, the property title is not showing. Okay, so we have the trip details dot trip data. So we need a trip data. Actually we don't need location info, it's just inside the traveler we have that info. See, just me. Okay, perfect. And I think this is pretty good. Okay, now after this one I'm going to add some margin and padding. So over here we'll say margin top to 5. Perfect. And if you want to make some change, you can do it. If you want to bring just me at the right hand side, that will be a good idea. After this we want to show flight information. So here will be a flight info. Okay, I will just create some blocks. Then we have the hotels list. Then we want to show the trip plan or day planner information. Okay, so these three information we want to show. Let's show flight information first. So for that one I am going to use the component. We'll create a new component. Before for that one we'll add a new or we'll create a new folder. We'll say trip details. Inside this we'll say flight info.jsx, add the default template and save it. So to this flight information we'll get we'll just send flight data. We don't want to send any more information, and let's save this one. Let's import this component over here. So we'll say flight info. For this flight info we'll send the flight data, and which we can get it from the trip plan. Inside that we have travel plan, and inside that we have the flight. So here we'll say trip details dot trip plan dot travel plan dot flight. Okay, I will just make this optional and save it. Now inside the flight info let's print something. Okay, so if I go to this flight you will see let's print price for now. Okay, just making sure that we are getting data. So here we'll just print the price, and I don't think so it's getting printed out. So it means some information or some data is not correct, or I don't know whether we save this page or not. Yeah, we save this one as well. Okay, so we are not getting data because the height we mention here, right, it's 100%. Inside this view we have to mention all of this information. So I will just cut it from here, and inside this view make sure to add that. Okay, like this. And if I save it, now we got the price. Perfect. Now let's go over here, let's clean this out, and we want to add flights or we can just write flights. And here I will also add some icon, something like this. Obviously we'll use style margin top to 20. For this text I will make style font family as outfit bold and font size of 20. Perfect. And below that we'll display the flight information. So first thing we'll say we'll give the flight name, or we'll call it as airline. Okay, because we do have the airline information. I don't know whether we have or not, but I don't think so we have, but sometimes we do have. But here we can say booking URL only. Okay, so airline right now I will just make a delta, then we'll give a price, this need to be a flight data dot price and a booking option. So here I will add a button, so it will be a touchable opacity. Inside that we'll add a text, we'll say book here. For this one I will add a style, we'll add a background color as colors dot primary, then then we'll add this need to be primary, then I will add a padding of 5. Let's save it, let's see how it looks. Perfect. We want a width to be, let's say, 100. And for this text we'll add a style, we'll add a text align to be in the center, and we'll change the color to colors dot white. Also we'll change the font family as outfit, and border radius to be let's say 7. Border radius we need to add to this touchable opacity style. Perfect. Now let's give some styling to this one. So here we'll say style, we'll add a font family as outfit, we'll change this font size to, let's say, 20, and I think same style we can apply to this one as well. I think this is pretty good. Let's change this to 17, and I'm gonna give margin top over here, and for touchable for button as well we can give some margin top to 7. Perfect. Okay, so this is small in things, but yeah, if you bring this book here to this on the right hand side, I think that's look pretty good. So let's replace this, and then I will add a view. Inside this I will put this button as well as this flight text. Okay, and then for this view I will just add display as a flex direction as a row, and then justify content is just space between, and align item to be center. Perfect. See, okay, and we have this beautiful block. Also we'll add a background color which is colors dot light gray, and we'll add a padding of 10, and we'll add a border radius to be 15. I think this is good, but instead of adding the background color I will just add a border width of 1, but here I will change the border color to colors dot gray. Let's say light gray. Perfect, something like this. Okay, it's not eye visible to eyes on the simulator, but it's very good border. It has an elevation as well. I'm not sure elevation will work in sometimes an Android. I see it's look weird, awkward, so I don't want to add elevation. Okay, so this is the flight information. Next we have the hotel list. Okay, for the hotel list we are going to use a Flatlist because we want to add a horizontal scroll for that one. Now let's display the hotel list. So for a hotel list I'm going to get a new component under this trip details, and we can call it as a hotel list.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now let's add this hotel list inside this component. You will see the text hotel list. To this hotel list we will provide the only hotel information. Okay, so here we'll say hotel list, and then it will be a trip details, then trip plan dot dot travel plan dot, I think it's just a hotels. Okay, let's confirm it from our database, so it will be just hotels. Perfect. And then let's go to this hotel list. Inside this hotel list we'll display a text called hotel recommendation. Here I will add the hotel icon, sorry, emoji like this, and then we'll add a style, font family as outfit, bold, font size of 20. Let's see how it looks. I think this is pretty good. For this view, let's add a style. We'll add margin top to 20. Okay, now inside this hotel recommendation we want to show the list of hotels. So here we'll add a view, or we'll just add a flat list from the React Native. To this flat list we need to provide the data, which is the hotel list. Obviously we'll accept that. We're already sending it from this hotel list component, and here we'll get it as a hotel list. Then we'll render the item. We'll say hotel comma index arrow function, and inside the view we'll display it. Now here let's change this to item, and then in order to display the hotel name, you can just add a hotel item, sorry, item dot hotel name. Okay, I'm just checking whether it's displaying or not, and if you see, it's showing the 3 hotels. Perfect. But before that we want to add the image from the React Native, the source. Right now we are fetching from the local storage. Okay, so we'll use the require field. Inside this we'll give the path from the assets slash images slash placeholder dot jpeg and save it. Now obviously we need to use style, so here we'll add a style. We'll add a width of, let's say, 200, height is of 140, and let's see how it looks. I think this is pretty good. We'll make this 180 and this is 130, something like this. Okay, let's make this 100. I don't know, yeah, that is good. Then also we'll make a border radius to be 15 and save it. Perfect. For this flat list we'll add a style, and we'll add margin top to 7 or 8. Now we want this a horizontal scroll, so simply it has a property called horizontal, and just make it as a true, so it will be horizontal scroll. See, okay, you can even remove this scroll indicator, so we'll just say show horizontal scroll indicator and make this as a false. So if you see right now it's showing the scroll indicator, right? If you make this false, so it will not show, and you can just use finger to scroll it. Then for this view, let's add a view. For this view we'll add a style, we'll add a margin right to 15, something like this. Perfect. Let's add 20, let's see how it looks. Perfect. And if you see, now you can able to scroll it. Now below that we need to add some other information, so let's add a view. Inside that we'll add a text. Now first thing we need to add the hotel name, which is item dot hotel name. Here I will use some style. We'll add a font family as outfit, bold, then font size of 20. Let's add 17, and for here I will add medium, and for this view let's try to make flex as a 1, or maybe for a text. So here instead of this flex we will just give width, because we have specific width, right, which is similar to the image, and we'll say 180. I think that's pretty good. After this we want to show the rating, so here I will add a view. Okay, and inside this view we'll add a text and we'll show the rating. So we want a star, you can get from the emoji. So if you write something like star emoji, right, just open any of this website, copy this one so that you can directly use it. So if you see, we have star rating, and for the rating, if you see, we have item dot rating, and if you see, boom, how beautifully it's looking, right? You don't need to add any image icon or something like that. Obviously for this one I will add a style, we'll change the font family as outfit. After this I will add one more text for the pricing. Okay, so again if I go here, we'll say money, I don't know what we'll call, but yeah, we have the money, or let's say cash. I think this money bag is good. We can use this money bag. So copy this one. If you see, we have other, but we'll use this money bank. And then simply I will use it here, and here we'll say price. Make sure that's the correct field name, yeah, and save it. And if you see, we have the price information as well. Let's bring this in one line. So here we'll say style, display as a flex, and we'll say flex direction as a row. I don't know whether it's congested or not. I think this is good. And justify content, we'll say space between. Okay, so we have this information about the each hotel. See, if you want, you can add border. If you add the border, we make this, we need to add a style, and we'll just make padding, let's say 5. Okay, and for this particular view, let's try to add a border width of 1, and we'll make border radius of 15. I think border is not looking good, so I will just keep that as it is. Okay, perfect. After this, we want to show the trip information, okay, which is the very important part, which is the main part, where you will see the depends on the how many days you are traveling or planning, that much for about that much day we want to show the data. Now we want to show the actual trip plan. So here I'm going to create a new component under this trip details, and we can call it as a trip plan trip. We can say plan trip.jsx, add the default template and save this one. Now inside this index.jsx file, we'll simply add this component plan trip. To this component we are going to send itinerary. I don't know what we can call it as, so we can call it as itinerary, but let's say details, and here we'll pass a trip details dot trip plan dot travel plan dot, and if you see inside our database, over here it's called itinerary, so I will use that one over here. Okay, so nothing but the plan details. Now inside the plan details, I will just accept it here as a details and then save it. Now if you see inside this itinerary, we have day 1, day 2 and the location and travelers. Okay, so in order to make sure that we have the correct data, I will just test this out with the details dot location. Let's save it and make sure that we got the data. So right now I don't think so we are getting data over here. So it's called plan details dot, okay, let's check what is called. Okay, that's location only, so it's a location. Oh, so my bad, actually we don't have a location under this one, we only have the day 1 and day 2, so just ignore these things. This is not correct one. Okay, now for this text, let's maybe get the emoji for this one. So I will copy this emoji. For our name here I will paste it, and we'll say plan details. Here we'll say style. We'll add a font size of 20, font family as outfit, bold, and save it. Okay, and if you see, we have this plan details. Let's give some margin from the top. So for this style, I will add a margin top to 20. Perfect. After this, now if you see, this is not a scrollable right now. Let me check we need to make this scrollable. We have to convert this view into a scrollable view. Okay, like this. And also I'm going to add an empty view because I think we don't need to add anything here. Let's comment this out. If you need it, we will add it. But right now, once we add the scroll view, right, and as well as once we data have after this plan details, it will get scrolled automatically. Now here we are going to show plan details. Now first thing, if you check our response, right, it's little bit different. So inside the itinerary, instead of having the first element, we have the day one, and inside the day one we have the base time. Under that we have a plan, and then we have the first item, the second item, and third item. Okay, and likewise. So this is very important that we need to carefully use or display the information. So first thing, we'll use object dot entries because we have the object list, and inside that we'll pass these details. Then we'll map it. So inside that we have day, then details, and the arrow function like this. Okay, now let's add a view. Inside this view, I want to display the day one, day two like this, right? So here we can simply add calculate. So here we'll say day, inside the curly braces we'll simply say day at character at 0 dot uppercase, to uppercase, plus day dot slice 1. Okay, so it will just simply give the day one. So if I save this one, you will see the day two, it's comes in the reverse way, but this is how it comes, day 2 and day 1. We will change this in a moment, that obviously we want day 1 first, but we'll do it in a moment. After this, we have to use details dot plan dot map. Okay, inside that we have place comma index, and then the arrow function. Inside that we'll display a view like this. Okay, and let's display some information. Let's say you want to display a place dot, let's say place name, right? So simply here we can write place dot place name. Okay, and if you see, we got the place name for a day 1, place name for a day 2. Perfect. Now another once we have this information, right, obviously we need to show in a proper way. So for this text I will add a style, we'll add a fonts family as outfit medium, then we'll add a font size of 17, or we can add, let's say 20. We'll add margin top to 20, and we have day 2. So after this we want to add an image inside this view. So we'll add an image from the React Native, the source. Right now I will fetch the image from the local. So here we'll simply say require, then give the path from the assets slash images slash placeholder dot jpeg. Then the style, and here we'll say width, we want a full width. Then height, we'll add 100, and let's save this one. Okay, this is how it will look like. Let's make it height little bit more. Then we'll add a border radius of 15. Okay, perfect. See, below that we already have the place name. So I will just give some style. We'll add a font family as outfit bold, then font size of 20. Perfect. Below this image, right, let's add a view like this. So if you need to add padding, we can just add that padding, but for now I will just give a margin top to 5. Okay, so this is the name of the particular plan. After this I will add the description as well in a detail. So after this text, we'll add place dot place, it's a place description or details, place details, something like this. Okay, so here I will add a style. We'll say font family as outfit, font size of 17, and we'll change the color to colors dot gray. Perfect. Okay, so it has all the information which we needed. One more important thing for this view, I will add a style. We'll add a border. Let's add a border width of 1. Oh, so that's applied for complete view. We don't want, we want to this particular view. And here we'll add a padding of 15. Oops, not 15, let's add a 5. Then we'll add a border radius of 15, border color to be colors dot gray, and I think I will add this to 10. Okay, and also give margin top to 20, some space. Okay, so day 2, so these are the some things. Day 1, these are the something that you can do it. Obviously this is not the only thing we want to show, we will show some other information as well. So after this text I will show the ticket price, if there is any ticket price is there. So let's add a text for that one, and here we'll add ticket price, and we'll say place dot, let's say the field name, which is the ticket price. Okay, here we can get some kind of emoji. Here we'll say for ticket, I don't know whether we have anything something like that. I think we have this one, and I will paste it over here. So it's not, okay, yeah, it's pasted, and save it. Perfect. Here I will add a style, font family as outfit, font size of 17, and obviously we'll give some margin top, let's say 5. Okay, after this we want to add the best time to travel. So I will copy this text, paste it here, and here not best time but time to travel, I think. So that's the field we have called time to travel. Time to travel, here we'll say time to travel, and save it. Optional field, I will add it here like this, and if you see, now we have the time to travel. Here we'll say time, and I will use this stopwatch, that looks good. I think this is good, yeah. Perfect. Okay, so this is information we added. So here instead of this border, I don't want like this border, I will add this background color and colors dot light blue, the new code I added inside our color file, and that's look much better for me. See, okay, perfect. I think that's pretty much for this one. We have this all the information for this one. Okay, I will wrap this actual output inside the other text, and for this text I will add a style of font family as outfit medium. Okay, or you can just make it bold. Perfect. So if you see, only these particular things are bold, Same thing I will add for this one as well, and save it. Perfect. Okay, so that particular thing is getting pop up because this is important one, and that's pretty good. So that's how you can show the plan details as well. Now in order to change this, because we want to show the day one, right here for this object entry we have the method called reverse. Okay, and that's all. So if you see, if I reverse this, it show the day one now first with this of the information, and then day two with all the information. And most important thing, if you see, we are able to see all the details of that particular location as well. Okay, now one more important thing, obviously here we want to show button so that user can navigate it. So this particular text I will wrap it inside the view. So here I will add a view. Oops. And inside this we'll add these two text. Like this. Okay, and again I will add another view so that I can put my button. So here we can add an icon. So let's add a touchable opacity here from the React Native, and here inside that we'll put icon. So let's search the icon Expo, and here we'll say navigate. We'll filter out with these icons, and if you see we have a bunch of different options. So I will select this one, copy this import statement first, and then simply copy this icon like this and save it. Now if you see we have this icon over here, right? But I will change this to a white because I will make the button as a background color as a primary. Then we'll add a padding of 5, and we'll add a border radius of, let's say 15, or let's say 7 because this small one. And now we will want to bring this on the right hand side. So for this particular view we'll add a style, we'll add a display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, so it will be in the one line, but we'll make align item to be in the center so it will not get stretched, and another will make justify content as a space between, so it will be on the right hand side. Okay, also I will change this to 20, little smaller, or we can add less more padding, something like this. Okay, so it has option. If you want to navigate it, user can just click on it and it will navigate it. Okay, now navigation part you can try on your own. It's quite easy because we already have the coordinates, and these coordinates we need to pass to the Google Map URL only. If you face any issue, you can always access the source code. Okay, but I hope you understand until this part. So currently we are showing the placeholder images, and we want to show the actual images instead of this placeholder. So in order to do that, we need to call the Google Play Search API. Inside this one we need to send, or we need to pass parameter as a place name. Okay, once we pass this one and we call this API, then we'll get the place ID. This place ID will required in order to get the place details, and inside this place detail API, from there we will get the photo reference so that we can use it to show the image, the similar one which we use to show this above image. Okay, perfect. So first thing first, we'll search Google Place API on the internet, and we'll get the documentation of that one, because as I told you we need to get the place information first. So on the left hand side you will see the Place API, where we want to search it by text. Okay, so with this text search, so this is the new one. Okay, we'll use this one, place search and the text search. And inside here, if you scroll down a little bit, right, you will see this is the simple API basic example that we can make it. So inside this example, you need to pass the query. Here we will pass the name of the place and the API key which we already have. So copy this one, then go back to your application, and let's see, and then we'll create a new, inside this service folder, we create a new file and we can call it as a Google Place API.jsx. Over here, I will create a new method, constant export constant get photo reference, and inside that we will simply make a API call. So here we'll say response is equal to await fetch, and inside this one we'll paste our URL which we copied. Okay, let me close this tab. Let me bring our application. Now over here, if you see, make sure it is in the string and the key. Perfect. Let's make this as a async, and for the key, here we'll get it from the process.env dot and the API key. I will copy this one and we'll paste it here. Okay, so this is just a fetch get API call we are making, and then over here we'll just get the result. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await response dot JSON, and that's all. Now let's console this. Okay, so we'll console this information and save it. Now this get photo reference, we will get we'll send, or we will get the place name. This place name will replace to this query, and we'll just say plus place name. That's all, and save it. Now let's test this first API query. So let's go to this hotel list. Here I will create a constant get photo reference, and we'll call, here we'll say get Google photo reference. We can call like this, and over here we'll call this get photo reference method. So we'll say await get photo reference like this, and we'll say constant result is equal to get photo reference. Now we'll just console the result, but over here, okay, we are not returning the value, so just return the result as well. And this console I will keep it before this return. Okay, now from the hotel list we'll send some place name, let's say Las Vegas, okay, and USA, and save. Now this method we will call it inside the use effect. Okay, so this is just for the example, guys, because obviously we are not calling on the get use effect, but in order to test it we will call it, and then we will connect it to our actual list. Okay, let me bring this, get this down and save it. And if you see, we got the log. Inside this we have the results, and then we will get the place ID over here. Okay, see. And one more important thing I just observed here, inside the result we also have this photo reference. Okay, so if I want to get this photo, we'll say result dot photo. I think this result is a first item, so we have to get like this. Then we have photos, and save it, and let's test this out. And if you see, we got the photo as well. Now from the photo we'll get the photo reference. So this is again our first element, and if you see, we got the photo reference. That's what we wanted. Perfect. Now here we are going to move this particular component into a new file. Okay, we'll create a new component and then we'll put it there, and then we can use that component inside this Flatlist. The reason is as this is a async method, right, and we cannot directly call it inside this Flatlist. So inside this trip detail page, I'm going to add a hotel card.jsx. okay, add the default template, and here we'll get the each hotel and then save it, or you can just mention it as an item, because I don't want to confuse guys. So I will keep item as it is, and then I will copy this line of code, we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this image tag, then also what else, I think that's the only thing that we need to import. And inside the hotel list we'll just import the hotel card, and inside that we'll provide the each of this item. Let's save this one, and if you see, nothing get changed. Okay, now over here if you see, we have this particular method. Right now we don't want to use this use effect, so I will remove this one, and then I will cut this method and will put it inside this hotel card and save it. And then this particular method will only execute whenever this component get load, right? So here I will just call this get Google photo reference like this, and we'll define one state. We can call it as a photo reference. Set photo reference is equal to use state. Now this particular result will simply set to this set photo reference like this. Okay, now what we did, we execute this use effect, and this particular method will get executed, and obviously we'll get this information, and that information we stored inside this photo reference. Now this photo reference, we will use it to display this image. Here make sure to import this get photo reference, and obviously now inside this image, if I go to the trip list, right, if you remember, we have this line of code where we are displaying the image by passing this photo reference. I will copy everything as it is from this user trip list, and simply I will replace this source with our new copied information. Now instead of this one, right, we'll pass our own photo reference from this one. Okay, and then save it, and boom, if you see, we got the images, but this image is for the Las Vegas because that's what we sent, right? Now over here we'll send item dot hotel name. Okay, because this hotel name we want to pass it to get each hotel image. And if I save it, boom, if you see, we have the proper images for all the hotels. Okay, if I scroll it, you will see all the details. Perfect. Now in the same way we are going to implement for the all these plans or what eternally place images, right? So just we'll copy all of this information as it is, but before that, if you remember, inside this plan trip we are using this I think, yeah, we are iterating this particular details plan, right? Instead of that one, we'll create a component in order to display this information. So I will create a new component. Here I will call it as a place card.jsx, because this is the place information. Add the default template. Here we'll get the place information, and we call it as a place only. That's good. And then cut everything from here, paste inside this place card, and then here I will use this place card. Now to this place card we'll pass the place information. Let's save this one, and over here make sure to import all this import statement like image. Then I think we also have the colors. Let's import these colors, and I think untouchable opacity as well, and the INI icon. So I will copy this INI icon import statement as well and save it. Okay, now if I save, let's go to this one of the details, and if you see, we have this hotel recommendation. Perfect. Now once we move this, right, in the similar way what we did for the hotel list, right, we'll copy all of this information, we'll paste it inside this place card, make sure to import this all statement for the use state, use effect, and the get photo reference as well. And once we have this information, right, instead of hotel name, I think in this case we want to pass the place name. Okay, so this will be a place dot place name, and then this photo reference we need to replace it with this image. So I will just copy this source, just a source only, and I will paste it here, and here we have the photo reference. That perfect. And if I save this one, boom, if you see, we have the photo for each of this particular place. Okay, now if you want to change the height, you can just increase little bit, okay, so that it will give perfect effect. One more important thing I want to change is the description text size. I will make it 40, little bit smaller. Yeah, perfect. And that's how you'll get the information. Okay, so that's how guys you can show the images from the Google Place API. Just you need to call Google Place API once, and you have to make sure you will call this method perfectly. Okay, obviously if you face any issue, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, as well as you can get it from the source code if you face any issue. And guys, before moving forward, let me talk about the tubegurji.com. As I told you, that where you will get a exclusive source code, as well as you will get exclusive courses on the tubegurji.com. Also, you can track each of these course chapter by chapter. You can open some courses, and here you will see all the chapters. You can even track each chapter, depends on your progress. And this particular TubeGurji Pro membership you can join less than $7 and only for next 7 days. Otherwise I'm going to increase this price to $10, so just hurry it and just join it. So guys, that's all for this particular video. I hope you really enjoy it. If you really like this video, press like button, press notification bell icon so you will not miss any update. If you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And most important, in my next video we gonna learn how to generate the APK file so that you can directly install it in actual device and you can use it without any Expo Go application. Second, you also gonna learn how to publish this application on App Store and Play Store, and that we can learn it in my next video. So if you are not member, then please join on tubegurji.com, and then you will get an early access to my next video. So guys, see you, keep smiling and keep coding.